Chapter 2261. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 2261. A name if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Anastasia watched everything, speechless. She didn't know what to say. That language had frozen even her for a moment. It held the weight of command and an undeniable majesty. Coming from Lionel, even without his king's might lineage factor activated, it felt as though the shadow of a true king had appeared, albeit it for just a moment. But after a moment, seeing the sneaky smile on Lionel's face, she couldn't help but ask, "You, what did you say?" "Oh, that?" Lionel grinned. "I said that little boy's name." Anastasia froze. You said a name?" "Well, yeah, I can't actually speak that language. And if I copied anything else they said, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I said a word like, they'd laugh me out of the ship. Plus, I assumed that whatever his parents named him meant something bold and powerful. It was impossible for even Lionel to learn an entire language just based off of a short conversation. But picking out a repeatable series of sounds within that conversation was all too obvious. When Ryan was leaving, they had all saluted him with that sound, plus a prefix that he assumed meant something like young master or young ruler. By process of elimination, picking out Ryan's name was as easy as breathing. "You are unbelievable," Anastasia muttered. "I know, right?" In pretty GRE Anastasia slapped the back of his head. "Not in that way." The Void Race servants who had been kicked off of the ship quickly felt the suppression of the world around them. They quickly took out several items to fight back against the suppression, and unlike the individuals who had come down from the four-grade families, the black chains didn't appear around them. Clearly, whatever items they had taken out to protect themselves were far beyond what the four great families had had. They looked around in fear, but seeing that no one came for them, they took out other treasures and began to escape quickly one after another. Lionel rubbed the back of his head. "I don't know how a race like that can be so cowardly. I don't know what you're so angry about. When have I ever been wrong? Would you like me to list them one by one? In alphabetical or chronological order?" Lionel was stunned. This was very much not the response he had expected. But just as quickly, his one mind began to subconsciously form the list, and he had to shake his head to get it to stop. By then, he was already one longer than he cared to admit. Never mind. After a while, Anastasia burst out with laughter. She laughed so hard that twinkling crystals of blue came from her eyes. She felt like she was even dying of laughter. A name, they had been scared off by a name, it was cracking her up. The funniest part was that they probably had no idea. She knew a little bit about the Pluto race, mostly due to the Minerva race, and she knew that their language wasn't understood by many outside of their races and definitely couldn't be spoken by anyone so casually. They had probably run because they thought they had mistaken Lionel's identity. After all, Lionel had been expelled from Ryan's body. Who knew if he was closer to the Pluto race than he seemed? Just imagining someone screaming Lionel in English and then scaring off a race of gods was killing her. Lionel smiled. "When you're done, we should probably get going in case one of them realizes they've been duped." Anastasia wiped her tears, though they had already long since floated away. "In of E/L-/B and this was a nice idea by you and all, but moving this corpse in isn't exactly easy either, you know. It won't be as difficult as the hourglass because the difficulty is set and won't just infinitely increase, but it's beyond the current you for sure. Isn't that why I asked you if you could process it first?" Lionel smiled. Anastasia looked down with a hint of hesitation. Could she? Maybe if she had a few months, probably a few years, actually. "That's okay. My favorite water boy is finally here." Lionel perked up. Ryan rushed in from the distance. He was still quite heavily injured, and he hadn't fully recovered. But when he heard his name called, he rushed forward with all the speed he could muster. Plutos were the god of gods, so long as their name was spoken in its truest form. No matter the distance, they would hear it. But what Ryan didn't expect was that the person who called out would actually be Lionel. "Hey, you're finally here, good. Do me a favor. Use that little hourglass thingy to help Anastasia put this corpse inside. L. Ryan froze, and his lip twitched. Hourglass. Thingy. He had only just learned this language recently, but he was pretty sure Lionel was being absolutely ridiculous again. Y-Star orders streaked across the skies with great speed. This timeline was already long after Lionel would have left this zone, but it had taken him quite a long time to finally revive. It was unknown whether all Godchilds would definitely revive, but it was also obvious why. Those that were dead couldn't exactly tell tales now, could they? But Y-Star Order theorized that so long as a Godchild died with an intact ethereal glabella and around enough force, they would most definitely come back. Every time he died and Lionel did something dangerous, it was becoming more and more difficult to make sure his ethereal glabella remained protected. But this was a master's duty to his disciple. Finally back. Y-Star Order looked down toward the devastation of planet Luxnix, Viola, and Montex. He remembered how heart-wrenching it had been the first time he saw it, but now he was simply numb. On the bright side, his wife survived in this timeline. On the unfortunate side, how would he sleep around now? He descended, his mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 2262, published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 12 seconds a.m., Chapter 2262. Put me down. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Y-Star Order chuckled to himself. He didn't know why he was thinking about that woman. Which life was it that he learned how she betrayed him? He was a Y-Star Order, and that sounded great. But compared to a Northern Star Order, it was worth next to nothing. The reality was that the truth of namesakes of the Luxnix family was much deeper than others knew, and it was something that Y-Star Order had allowed to be buried. Y-Star Orders were the bookkeepers and zookeepers of the god beasts of creation. It was their job to document all of the races, worlds, and natural phenomena of existence, not to mention taking care of all species. There was a time where the god beasts of creation had at least one pairing of every plant and animal to ever exist. Of course, that catalog had long since been destroyed, but the ultimate purpose of Y-Star Orders was their mental capacity to remember a lot of things. That was all. So, one could imagine why it was Y-Star Order's wife who was the matriarch and de facto leader of the family, and not himself. Northern Star Orders were the true warriors. They were existences that, so long as they came into contact with an adequate well of light and star force, would be guaranteed to touch upon the golden tablet and claim the truest lineage factor of the infinity beasts. Of course, in this incomplete world, you would be more likely to enter the ninth dimension without the regulator striking you down than you would be to find a strong enough well of force. Even in complete worlds, they were nigh unheard of, mostly destroyed by the god beasts of creation. Not that Y-Star Order would ever allow a Northern Star Order to take such a step, even if they had such a thing available. That would be nothing short of suicide. If the other races knew that humans still had this capability, the small quarter that they had been given to continue to live as a race would be crushed. It could be said that this was the most foolish thing a human could do in this day and age. And then there was Snow Star Order. This was actually the fault of the English language. The translation wasn't nearly bold or sharp enough. Snow referred now to one of ice water, but rather one of soot and ash. Snow Star Orders were the executioners and messengers of the infinity beasts, and they were meant to remain as snowy star owls. Compared to other humans, they could exhibit much more of the snowy star owl's real strength, and they too could cross a galaxy with a single flap of their wings. Unfortunately, none of the techniques that Y-Star Order had left behind had allowed the Snow Star Order of Lionel's time to display any of that power, which led to her dying at the hand of Velasco. Then again, Y-Star Order thought to himself, knowing that man, he probably had enough strength to deal with the situation regardless. It was a shame that such a monster was born in this incomplete world. Of course, he too was born here. But unlike Velasco, his Luxnix family didn't originate in this world, and he also knew how to get out. And with the project abandoned and the Shadow Tales gone, he could leave with his own methods whenever he wanted. But first, He had a treasure vault to leave behind in the spiritual's domain. Was it smart to give this kind of strength to the very disciple he would have to kick the ass of in a few millennia? No, definitely was not. But he would do it anyway because this was how the first timeline had gone. N-OV-E-/LB. And originally, he had left that treasure vault behind in the spiritual's domain out of sentiment. He knew what was coming, and he had a fondness for the human race. Plus, he was leaving behind some of his Luxnix family, so he hoped that they would be able to benefit from his teachings. As for why he had left it in the spiritual's domain and not the human domain, it was a test. If the people of this incomplete world wanted any chance of crossing the coming trial, they had to at least dominate this incomplete world, or else they wouldn't stand a chance against the others. Very soon, the vast bubble would run out of time, and they would have to cash in on the bet that the Fox had made. In a final push, they would pit the juniors of the incomplete worlds against one another, taking advantage of the time dilation for one final spurt of accelerated growth. Incomplete worlds were like rolls of the dice. There would be many that evolved down a path far weaker than the dimensional verse, but there would be some that had evolved in special niche ways that placed them on par with even some complete world despite lacking the ability to take the final step into the ninth dimension. These latter worlds were what the vast bubble were banking on. They wanted warriors that would be useful, and the dimensional verse was far too weak. And then, once they gave them a path to the ninth dimension, they would have these warriors in the palm of their hands forever. Velasco was supposed to become one of these warriors, but he had grown too powerful on his own. As for whether they would allow the son of such a man to live, well, Y-Star Order laughed into the skies as he landed in the courtyard of his and his wife's abode. That brat was harder to kill than a roach. He'd find a way, probably. The only question was how many would die before he did find that path. The answer to that question was more important than anything else. Triple X, you're here? Y-Star Order's mind seemed to filter out his name naturally. At this point, he felt that he did it on purpose. Seeing the face of the woman he knew would betray him, and just how gorgeous and equally annoying she was, he felt an amused thought bubble up as a bulge in his pants shifted. The matriarch of the family looked as though she was about to launch into a lecture. She had only married Y-Star Order because he was the most eligible bachelor, but she usually took out the stress of her position on him. Y-Star Order had never been a pushover, but he couldn't defeat this wife of his in the past either, so it was useless. Now, though, Y-Star Order took a step forward and grabbed her by the waist, howling her over his shoulder and storming into their bedroom. Triple X, you, put me down. The protests were soon drowned out by dense cries for mercy filled with a lustful undertone. Y-Star Order had an excellent time subduing this wife of his. It wouldn't change much about the future, but he didn't care for it to. It would be even more interesting later. His life was just getting started. Chapter 2263. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 11 seconds a.m., Chapter 2263. Creation tablet. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Y-Star Order stood with a stretch, sliding his robes on. It was good to be young. Last time he had gone so hard, his back had ached for days. He ignored the limpid words of his wives. She was hardly intelligible, her speech slurring and her eyes half closed. She was probably saying something about why he wasn't staying in bed, but it was more funny than anything to him. Before this day, he had bedded this woman a single time, and she hadn't even let him finish. She only did it out of a sense of duty and to officially consummate their marriage. Of course, the most important reason was because of her ability index. She had been trying to take on his Y-Star Order abilities for herself. As much as he would like to play with this heartless woman some more, he had some work to do. Right, valiant heart. Y-Star Order took a step as his wife's gargled mess of words were becoming sharper and louder. He luckily didn't get to listen to whatever nonsense she was definitely trying to spew. Instead, he had appeared deep within the catacombs of the Luxnix. These catacombs were built by the envoys of the god beast of destruction. There hadn't been an active void beast in countless generations, but that didn't stop the creature's lessers from doing their best to stir up trouble. Despite their usual brazenness, they were somewhat cautious in this world. That was because of the appearance of the Pluto race, and its relation to the existence of these incomplete worlds was something worthy of being wary of. The void bubble was far too weak to even have a single incomplete world for this sort of experiment, let alone dozens. It could only be done by the god races. But at the same time, this world was too valuable precisely because of its variability and potential for evolution. It was the perfect place to experiment with a new force. Since the experiment was a failure and a youth of the Pluto race had appeared, they chose to abandon it. The place had already been stripped bare by Lionel, but why would they care so much about failures? No, it was probably more accurate to say that they couldn't spare the risk and the failures weren't valuable enough to put themselves on the line. Y-Star Order appeared in the temple once more. Now, all that remained was a bronze tablet, and he didn't seem surprised. He had allowed Lionel to take the silver and golden tablets. It would be a long while before Lionel could use the latter, so he wasn't worried. Of course, he didn't expect that foolish disciple of his to understand propriety and not use the tablet, even when he could. Not in this state, anyway. That was Lionel's fault. He would be under a lot of pressure soon, and he might take power from anywhere he could. But if he took it from this source, he would only die sooner. Y-Star Order stepped forward and toward the bronze tablet. He looked as though he was about to crash right through, but the moment his shin looked as though it would crash into the altar, a ripple of space flashed, and he disappeared. The Luxniks would probably rush in soon enough, but find nothing at all. The space Y-Star Order appeared in was a vast darkness. There was only one thing floating in silence, a single tablet, a single silver tablet. He reached forward and grabbed the creation tablets. NOV/L-/B/I/S a Y-Star Order. He had a duty to these tablets. Bronze, silver, golden in. He waved the hand with the silver tablet in it, and its body rippled. The words on its surface forming into a force art that rolled and foamed with light until it became a blinding crystal color. Star crystal. The crystallization of the purest, attributeless star force. It was the energy that was the very foundation of existence itself. He might be a glorified librarian, but the books he oversaw were far beyond the imagination of most individuals. An incomplete world. Even a silver tablet like this one had infinite power. It could bend and twist reality as it pleased and had very few restrictions. To the god beasts of creation, though, this was simply a simulator. It was used to document experiments. It was these creation tablets that were the center that allowed the god beasts of creation to succeed in passing down their bloodlines to humans. And all the while, they killed not a single person thanks to it. It's a decent gift, Y-Star Order thought to himself. He'll be pretty aimless in his life because of the influence of his future self. Why chase anything when you feel like you have already achieved everything? This should help him get a taste of what it means to have drive and purpose. ITLL, make the moment his future self vanishes more manageable, as he'll have his own sense of self. But this isn't quite enough. Y-Star Order stroked his chin. Lionel had no idea that his master, a master he didn't even know he had and wouldn't acknowledge until years later, was diligently laying out a plan for his improvement step by step. However, that wouldn't stop Y-Star Order from being as diligent as he could. Right? He'll use this to influence a few zones, then. He shook the silver tablet again, and it went back to normal as he vanished. Streaking across the skies, he felt leisurely, a smile on his face. He guessed that he owed his disciple a small bit of advantage. He had made it so far without any, so Y-Star Order wanted to see what he would accomplish now. Y-Star Order appeared above Earth, prepared to make some alterations to the timeline. Enough time had passed that the Plutos had long since gone and Earth was slowly building up its own civilizations. Interestingly enough, the true history of Earth seemed to be completely wrong. Not that that mattered. Ah, right, I need a name. I can't exactly use Y-Star Order too on the nose. HM. He looked at the tablet. What was it that stupid woman kept calling me? Nilram, right? All right, let's go with Merlin then. Chapter 2264. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 11 seconds a.m., Chapter 2264. Maze, or if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again, Chapter 2264 Maze, or Lionel appeared back in his timeline. His gains this time were quite great. He had gained the odd beast that fused with Little Tolly. He had gained a void beast corpse, and his vital star force had taken a half step into the impetus state. Beyond that, he had been informed about a great many things, and even gained the silver and golden tablets. He wasn't too eager to pass down those 2 tablets to the Luxniks. They had had them for so long back then and accomplished nothing. Giving it to them now wouldn't magically change anything except for his grandmother. Even so, he was hesitant to give it to her either. He had too many questions for that grandfather of his, and his grandmother was practically wrapped around his finger. He was very good at reading people, and he could tell that his grandmother was entirely googly eyes for the Ascension Empire's emperor. She would stand on his side almost no matter what. In a situation like that, he wasn't sure what to think. Did he hate his grandfather? No. Did he distrust him? Not exactly, though it was close enough to that. Did he want to take unnecessary risks? Also no. So he kept it to himself. Instead, rather than returning to the Morales family, he was far more interested in 2 things. First, Anastasia's second search, and the second, and also the reason they returned home so easily. He wanted to fully understand Little Tolly, or at least understand him to the greatest extent he could. He stood in a familiar location of the lab setting. It was the first room that had ever formed. His simple workbench ahead, the walls were lined with snow globes and simple shelves. This was the room that he had learned to craft in, the room he had started the first of his father's lessons and gained an understanding toward how he should treat his spirit partner. He sat at the bench and pointed out a hand. Little Tolly stretched out, peeling off of his skin and forming a perfect ball. Silver was still the little guy's main color, but the dense runes of white gold that made his head dizzy to look at. Little Tolly rolled on the table between Lionel's fingers, making booping sounds that made it seem like it was having a great deal of fun. Interesting. Spirits usually choose a favored form and even a gender after entering the 6th dimension, but Little Tolly has done neither, choosing to stay like this. Is this because of the way I evolved him? Is it because of the best he assimilated? Or was there another reason? Tolliver should have a perfect fusion of all paths. There was a refinement path, a creation path, a universal force path, and of course the jack of all trades. The first allowed the ease of processing of ores, but not just this alone. This seemed to sound like a spirit would just clear in ore of impurities for you, but it was deeper than that. When one had entered the life grade, you began to appreciate the intricacies of each and every ore. Even when they shared the same name, they weren't exactly equal, and you had to account for all of these little changes when you wanted to create something whole and new, something that had a life of its own. This path was like a cheat code to the life grade. Rather than relying on your personal skill to learn and adapt, you could rely on your spirit instead to force the ores into a predictable path. This lowered the bar to forge life grade crafts considerably. You only had to worry about the blueprint and not the whims of nature. This was the first thing Lionel tested. He took out an ore that went by Maze Oregon. It was a light domain type, or that could project a large amount of illusions as it refracted the light around it. It was an interesting, or he had been playing around with, as he thought it would be interesting to form a troop around this kind of armor. In OVL/BI/, and however, it was very difficult to work with despite being a 6th-dimensional Oregon. This was because even the slightest deviation in a cut to the ore could drastically change how it warped light around it, and it could trick the eyes of even its crafter and their spirit. So, getting precise cuts in the first place was a nightmare. It was a problem, or that most completely ignored. Only those with exceptionally high light force affinity could hope to deal with it, and it was rare enough to have an affinity of such a rare force to begin with, let alone having the skill in crafting to match it. Unless, of course, you had a dream world like Lionel. This, or could fool even internal sight, but what it couldn't fool was Lionel's dream world. Even so, there were other problems aside from trying to get perfect cuts and that was related to the actual and slight differences between the force densities of the oars themselves. Even if he cut them perfectly, these small differences would throw him for a loop. He held out 2 maize oars and handed them to little Tolly with a simple command: make them identical in every way. To Lionel's surprise, little Tolly only tapped each one of them once, then went back to rolling around and having fun. Lionel's brows shot up before he deployed his dream world. He sat in silence for a long time. He scanned everything about the cuts, the force balance, the size, the weight. He didn't miss a single detail, even down to its chemical structure. It shouldn't have been anywhere near that fast. Chapter 2265. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 2265. Lighthouse, or if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button. And again, Chapter 2265. Lighthouse, or Little Tolly, was supposed to be a jack of all trades but master of none. However, this speed was even faster than a true master of this purification path should have found possible. He didn't have much of a reference outside of what he had read in the Void Library, but he was certain of this. It wouldn't have been a surprise, even if it took days, and the spear in question should have had to swallow the oars first, process them, and then expel them, not just tap them once. Lionel knew that the beast would cause some great changes in little Tolly, and he even expected that the little guy would be more of a master than he knew. But this was greatly exaggerated. Of course, the oars weren't perfect. He only commanded little Tolly to make them identical, but he didn't specify how or what parameters he wanted. So, he assumed that the little metal spirit had chosen the easiest path, and not the path best for his army, but he didn't care very much. He took another oar. This one was another 6-dimensional oar, and it was a vein type, or that directly light force. It could be used to dampen and expand the maze force of the maze, or shrouding a much larger area than that of the troop with the maze armors, or it could be used to do the opposite and shrink the illusions to contend against a small number of enemies, or even one powerful enemy. This vein type, or was known as Lighthouse, or it was the best, or in this category, at controlling light force. The reason for its necessity was quite obvious. Maze, or once its cuts were set, could be confusing to look at, but not much about it would change over time, and it lacked flexibility. This would fix all of that. However, Lionel felt it would be better if they were the same, or containing the characteristics of control and confusion. Of course, that was easier said than done. Lionel had never bothered because, considering all the effort it would take, he might as well just forge the both of them into a life-grade armor. It would be the same thing, mostly. Unless the second path of the spirits allowed one to fuse oars into one, creating all new effects and combining abilities. This was yet another cheat code of the life grade, making the oars perfect for crafting into a holistic and whole form. I haven't studied these two enough. I need a third maze or dash, Lionel mumbled to himself, prepared to take out a third, but then he froze. Little Tolly's white gold runes lit up, and a maze, or suddenly spit out from thin air. There was only the slightest fluctuation of force in the surroundings, as though the little one was pulling on something, and then it appeared, just like that, in a flash of light. Lionel reached forward, slowly picking the oar up. It was a maze, or perfect and whole. He squeezed it, and it was crushed between his palms. Everything about it was exactly the same, even the resistance. It wasn't an illusion at all, or else he would have sensed the dream force by now. He looked toward little Tolly. I need another. Little Tolly didn't think much, making a cute bloop sound and forming another. Lionel picked it up, and he was completely shaken. This one was slightly different from the last one, and the last one was slightly different from the two that he had originally given little Tolly. I need a lighthouse Oregon. Little Tolly sat in silence for a while, confused. Then, suddenly being enlightened, it reached forward and touched the lighthouse or in Lionel's hand quickly, then pulled back, acting innocent before it flashed with light. A perfectly whole lighthouse or appeared, slightly different from the one in Lionel's hands. Little Tolly didn't even seem to be struggling at all, and OVL/BI/Lionel immediately put the little metal spirit through a countless series of tests, pushing the little one to the limits. Or so he tried. Nothing he did seemed to tire little Tolly out at all. He assumed that it was because he didn't go far enough, but this alone was shocking. Little Tolly could perfectly replicate or at the 6th dimension and below without much effort at all. It was completely stonewalled when it came to higher ores, and it more so seemed like a yes or no switch rather than an effort switch. Each time he created one, he pulled from the force in the surroundings, causing each one to be just a little bit different, just like real ores you would find in a mine. What was more shocking than that was that after creating the new, or a fusion of maze, or in lighthouse, or little Tolly became like a database, remembering the new or and being able to create it even without the two base ors any longer. There wasn't even a point in testing the third path, that of using universal force to supplement crafting, because Lionel could already feel it passively when Tolliver stuck to his arm. But he chose to do so anyway, just to cover all of his bases, and this was maybe the most shocking of them all. When he used universal force through Tolliver, he could sense something beyond, or maybe it was on par. He wasn't entirely sure. It was like he could touch upon the veil of the world, and he discovered something absolutely shocking. He could sense the constellations of the dimensional verse. Those of the human domain, those beyond the human domain, it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. Not only could he sense them, but he could use little Tolly as a bridge connecting to them, and using these constellations to directly power his creations. The implications of such a thing were beyond what Lionel could even fathom currently, especially once he stepped outside of this verse. As he was thinking, Anastasia's voice drifted to his ear. "I'm sorry, Lionel. There is no such innate node in this time either." Erdiel's note, off course, hello. Chapter 2266, published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 2266. A suit if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2266. A suit Lionel fell into silence for a moment before he closed his eyes and exhaled a slow breath. When he opened them again, there was a resolute look within. The plan remained the same. Crush this dimensional verse into his fists as quickly as possible, open a path to the outside world, and if he was lucky enough to enter the impetus state before then he would forget about this matter. If he wasn't, then he didn't believe in the whole of wider existence there wasn't at least one such person. He didn't care how powerful they were, what their background was. If it would save Aina, he would do it. With me, Tolliver. Well, finish this within a day, with your help. The sound of popping bubbles and bubbling water echoed. It sounded much more complex than the noises little Tolly usually made, and Lionel even felt that he could even somewhat understand the little metal spirit far better. While it hadn't seemed to mature exactly as he had expected, it had definitely still matured. Confidence and excitement radiated from Tolliver, and Lionel even felt like the metal spirit was a miniature version of himself, at least somewhat. Good. Lionel got to work. A day later, he stepped out from the lab setting, sharp-eyed and radiating a suppressive aura. The first thing he did was go and speak to his mother. After confirming that she had already formed the Golden Tiger lineage factor, he asked her to follow him. It was about time they returned to the Morales family and saw what the situation was. Not much time had passed. The time allocated for the mission within the zone should have taken years to finish, and the time dilation was, as a result, quite forgiving. Due to this, Lionel and his mother had only been inside for a few minutes. Overall, it was only a single day if his time spent crafting was. On that day, not only had he completed the final sets of armor for his demon troops, but he had also reformed his divine armors again. If you want to return to the Morales family, you can't wear that, Eleanor suddenly said as Anastasia set off. Lionel looked down at himself. His robes were decent enough, though not as elaborate as the ones he had worn to match Aina as they entered the Air Wars. But they were still decent enough. He had wanted to wear his sweatpants, but he felt that he should be a bit more mindful of his image. That said, He wasn't exactly in tune with the fashion sense of the wider dimensional verse. He just randomly picked something out. Now that he thought about it, it was Aina who had decided on their matching robes as well. He was much better at designing cool uniforms, but now wasn't the time for that. V, Dashel, V. And Eleanor shook her head and patted Lionel's cheeks. I didn't want to overstep my bounds before, but I won't let anyone stop me from being a mom now. Not even you. She waved a hand, and a white robe appeared. Lionel's expression became a bit weird. Why white? It wasn't that he hated the color, but he would prefer something bolder. What about black and gold? A nice gray and blue also sounded nice. Don't doubt your mother, little lion. Now come, strip. Lionel's face became weirder. What are you doing? Hurry up now, I haven't got all day. Lionel coughed and stripped off his outer robes. He wasn't a shy person and had gotten into his fair share of wild battles that had practically left him entirely naked. But for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable standing in front of his mother in his boxers. Eleanor looked at his body and nodded, patting her own shoulder as though she had done a great job. Lionel's physique had already been exceptional ever since he entered the fourth dimension. He had gone from an elite athlete to a man that seemed more like a fitness model than anything else. But now, whether it was in vascularity, leanness, or definition, he was levels above. She threw a pair of white pants and robes at Lionel. When Lionel caught them, he felt that the material was incomparably soft, almost like silk and clouds had a baby. On top of that, looking a bit closer at more than just the color, there were faint patterns of a gray so subtle that it almost looked white as well. But together, the subtle embroidery made it look quite noble and elegant. When he put them on, he was actually quite satisfied. The material even made his force flow with a smoother cadence. He made a mental note to study up on fabrics and how he could incorporate them into his crafts. His father's teachings had sewing lessons, but he hadn't applied them anywhere but the beast skin armors he had made for his companions during the Void Palace True Selection. However, his mom didn't seem to be finished. She had yet to help him accessorize. By the time Lionel was done, he was wearing a golden chain around his neck and wrist, the latter of which was just barely hidden beneath his love sleeve, and the former of which was just as subtle beneath his collar. His hair was slicked back in a formless gel that he couldn't even feel, and he actually wore shoes for a change. His white suit with faint gray embroidery reminded him of an Indian-style suit, a Jodhpuri if his memory hadn't failed him. As for his mother's nods of satisfaction, they were even more exaggerated. Now, your father's glasses, Eleanor commanded. Lionel froze, but his mother's tone didn't seem to leave room for negotiation. With a deep breath, he slipped them on, and Eleanor beamed. There's my little lion. Go on now. Lionel shifted the crystal-framed glasses on his face and then stepped out, a vibrant violet color in his eyes. When he stepped out, he found a Morales family in chaos. Chapter 2267. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:05 and 2 seconds a.m. Chapter 2267. Gifts if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2267 Gifts. The Morales family wasn't under attack, at least not officially. Rather, the ships of several powers were in the surroundings. Each one had come with gifts, these gifts being Lionel's demands of them in exchange for the lives of their juniors. Due to the matters that had happened the moment the air wars ended, they hadn't had time to gather up these materials. But Lionel's ability to read the intentions of people and further these powers only got sharper the stronger his mind became. He could see the difference between those that had come with the intention of actually paying up and those that expected the gesture alone to be enough. The Morales family elders had simply said that Lionel wasn't here, but how could these people believe that? So, they had started pressing, leaving their warships up in the air around the Morales capital. Of course, if it was aggressive enough for a war declaration, the Morales would have never come this far, but the intention was obvious enough. However, as bold as the threat was, Lionel's lip curled. He could sense the hesitation, the fear, and why shouldn't they have such reservations? The momentum of the Morales was unlike anything they had ever seen. If not for his father's death, maybe they wouldn't even dare to do this much. This was a test. They wanted to see how much they could push the Morales. As Lionel walked toward the capital, his mother a half step behind him with a doting and caring expression on her face, his presence seemed to loom, becoming taller and taller until the world fell into its own sort of silence. The engines of the warships still blared. The raging winds caused by their presences and the distortions in gravity were still heavy. However, in the end, it still felt as though there was only one person that could be focused on. The members of the Morales, who were just passively observing the situation from the outside, not quite knowing of the internal conflict between Lionel and their own elders, felt a sense of pride well up in their hearts. This was the champion of the air wars. Not just any air war, but an unprecedented air war that would be remembered for generations. A man that stood atop the strongest collection the human domain had seen since its inception. And he was a Morales. He was their patriarch. The will of the Morales seemed to solidify, and the flickers of their constellation in the sky dimmed the momentum of the surrounding families considerably. The faces of their messengers fell. Never did they expect that the appearance of just one person would have such a profound effect on the situation, but they steeled their hearts. They had already expected much of this, though not all of it. It was the reason for their partial caution in the first place. But even so, they still represented the whole of the human domain, and even the Suyard family and the spirituals' religion had suffered at the hands of Lionel, not to mention the Omen family. 3 organizations and families, all on the same level as the Morales, had come for compensation. No matter what the future of the Morales looked like, it was still the future and not the present. It was impossible for them to have taken full benefit from their constellation and new lineage factor already. This was their best chance to suppress them. The so-called messengers were all among the strongest these families could call forward without sending their ancestors. If they sent their ancestors, it would have a much different connotation, and they didn't want to take that step just yet. Instead, they sent the very strongest of their 7th-dimensional elites. The Constellation families, the Constellation Bow Alliance, the Suyard, the Omen, the Spirituals religion. But they were just the beginning. Once again, the smaller families became a pawn in the game of the big wigs. Countless smaller 7th-dimensional families, and even a minority of 6th-dimensional families, appearing as well. They all had the intention of stepping off their ships and questioning Lionel directly, but the latter waved a hand. No VE, LB/1, and all of a sudden, the strength of the world trembled and their ships were locked in place. All of the force arts no longer responding to their call, as though they were cut off from the laws of the world. Guests should wait to be invited in. You wouldn't want to be rude, right? Lionel asked lightly. The messengers froze as Lionel strolled into the planet-swallowing palace of the Morales. Within, the elders were in heated discussion. They hadn't even gotten time to implement many of Lionel's changes before this happened. They all realized they hadn't improved nearly enough yet. While their pride wanted to fight it out with the rest of the human domain immediately, the cost of this was heavy, especially since they had already sent much of the evacuees back to their homes due to Lionel's orders. If not for Lionel's almost blinding presence, they wouldn't have even noticed someone enter, something that was a hint embarrassing. Some found themselves subconsciously exhaling when Lionel appeared before catching themselves. Since when had they trusted this brat so much? He hadn't proven anything, but how rude he was. Lionel scanned the region, but the Overlord was nowhere to be seen. Ancestor Isa and Ancestor Alvaro seemed to have taken over the proceedings, but because the other families hadn't sent any ancestors, it would be a sign of weakness if they took direct action, so they were trying to find some workarounds. Seeing Lionel, the two had their own complicated set of reactions, but in the end they exhaled. Patriarch! They greeted at the same time. Of course, they weren't unduly respectful. The word patriarch coming from them sounded no different than how they said Lionel's name directly. They noticed Eleanor as well, but they chose not to say anything. For one, they were quite familiar with Lionel's temper by now, and he might do something ridiculous if they really said something, and secondly, well, she carried the Morales name too. Is there really all that much to talk about? Let them come and bring us great gifts. The expressions of the ancestors and elders changed. Chapter 2268. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:04 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 2268. Junior ancestors, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again in O-V/yell/B/1. In Chapter 2268, Junior ancestors, the elders, were truly stunned by Lionel's words. Their first assumption was that Lionel didn't understand what he was talking about, lacking in too much experience to see what the problem was. Take, for example, two individuals of vastly different standings, one of which was a man of average class and fit well amongst the common people, and the second of which was a noble existence, an emperor or king, even. Would the man of average class be able to make a deal of equal with the king? According to the rules of society, they would be, by their very nature, two existences of vastly different worths. Making a deal of equals first necessitated being equals in the first place. A king could order a man of average class to do as he pleased. The vice versa would ever be true. How this applied to the current situation was obvious. The Morales might be a king if it was dealing with any one family, but the problem was that it wasn't dealing with one family or even one organization. It was dealing with the entire human domain. How could they match up? What did it mean to make a deal of equals? It meant that if one party should default on their word, the consequences the opposing party could force them to pay would be too great for them to ignore. This would force both parties into upholding their word. What could a man of average class do to a king? And in this situation, in an exchange of life for treasure, if these families defaulted on their words, they would lose one genius, true enough, but they would also be able to gain a reason to retaliate in kind. But what about the Morales? If Lionel didn't follow through, then he would bring down the wrath of the entire human domain on the Morales. This was fundamentally not a deal of equals. So when Lionel spoke of just accepting the gifts, it sounded like a joke, like a peasant trying to force the hand of king to give him treasure for doing something easily within his power. However, Lionel didn't seem to notice their reactions at all. He walked forward, taking his seat at the helm, his mother standing to his back, though only for a moment. At an unknown time, a flash of green surrounded Eleanor, and she vanished into thin air as though she had never been there. It was impossible to tell if she was still behind Lionel or if she had gone off to some other place. Lionel smiled. Ancestor Isa, Ancestor Alvaro, they'll have to ask you two to leave. Our guests have only brought forward seventh-dimensional experts. It would be beneath your station to appear here. No? Leave this matter for a junior like me. The eyes of the two ancestors flickered. Lionel's words, just now, was probably the nicest thing he had ever said to them. Well, it was at the very least not as rude as the usual. But it was clear what his intentions were. If they really left, then what happened from here on would be dictated entirely by Lionel's temper, and they didn't know if they could trust such a thing. However, what they didn't expect was that they wouldn't get a chance. Lionel tapped a finger subtly after he spoke, and the world's power descended. In the eyes of others, it looked as though the two had disappeared under their own power. The other ancestors looked toward one another, and one by one, they too vanished. Lionel radiated a confidence that left the remaining elders a bit stunned. In the end, they too took deep breaths and found their positions, taking a seat. Elder Chris, a middle-aged woman with a stern face and short-cut hair, stood immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Lionel tapped his armrest for a moment in thought. Do we have any promising youths in this coming generation? Elder Chris was one of the head commanders of the Divine Guards and also one of the strongest among the peak seventh-dimensional Morales. For those like this, the Morales had their own unique names for them, and they called this group of elders the Junior Ancestors, though there was nothing junior about them at all. She would be among the best in knowing what promising youths there were, at least in combat. The Morales had yet to get used to the fact that the Spear Domain lineage factor and the Metal Synergy lineage factor had now become one. Among the post-Nova generation, there are indeed a few good seedlings, she nodded in affirmation. Pick one, call them here, Lionel said. Her gaze flickered, but Lionel had already moved on. Elder Arya. Yet another older woman stood, straight and tall. She didn't look nearly as stern, but there was still a hint of authority between her brows. Her hair was long and tinged with deep hints of silver that alternated with the usual deep brown of the Morales, and from her neck hung a pair of glasses. She was one of the head crafters and led the crafters of the family in many things. She wasn't a junior ancestor in raw strength, but rather in the power of her divine armor and how cleverly she implemented her crafts. In this way, she was a lot like the Radix family, but on a completely different level. Unlike Elder Chris, though, she didn't call out to him as patriarch, not that there was a rule for this. Do the same as Elder Chris, call one here. She frowned. Patriarch, she said slowly. This matter is quite delicate. It isn't very appropriate for. Lionel looked over and met her eyes. Elder Arya could see an almost indifferent sort of gentleness within, but it still froze her. The weight of the world bore down. Inappropriate? I think it will be fine, Lionel said with a smile. We just need a few flower girls and ring boys. The hearts of the elders skipped a beat, but everything was quickly put into motion. Soon, the doors of the Morales Palace were opened wide, and at the forefront, two teenagers, one young man and one young woman, stood forward, their pride beaming and the arrogance of the Morales blooming out from deep within them. The Morales family welcomes you, they roared. Chapter 2269. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:04 and 50 seconds a.m., Chapter 2269. Guessed if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again, Chapter 2269, guest Tommy Morales. A bright spark of the Spear faction and a young man of 15 years old with a pair of eyebrows that looked like a flare of fire. His face was just as stern as his instructors, but the hints of immaturity on his face were clear, but it carried a vibrancy of youth. Nora Morales, a bright light of the crafting faction. She too was 15 years old, and she had an interesting style herself. Her metal spirit held her hair up into two ponytails. It couldn't help but remind Lionel of a certain faction leader from Valiant Heart Mountain. She too used her fire spirit to hold her hair up. It exhibited quite a level of control. But Lionel only smiled when he saw this. Though it was well hidden, he could see a special fabric and clips separate Nora's hair from her metal spirit. It was clear that Lionel was still one of the very few, if not the only one, in the human domain that dared to touch his metal spirit directly. Even so, it still took quite a bit of control to stop her metal spirit from eating through the metal and getting at her hair, which was worthy of a great deal of praise. Together, they were two of the brightest stars of the next generation. Considering their age, it wouldn't even be much more than 5 years before they were meant to participate in the Air Wars, but the timeline wasn't on their side this time around. The two held up their spears and slammed their butts into the ground, a soaring spear force coming from them. It was quite weak. You couldn't expect much from fifth-dimensional existences like them, and yet, the constellation in the skies appeared once again. Their strength soared from the fifth dimension to the sixth, and from the sixth, the seventh. But by the time their spear force reached the height of the surrounding battleships, they sang like a pair of dragons and phoenixes. Shaken, the various family messengers entered the hall one by one. Their edge had been filed down to a dull tip, and the hesitation in their steps was clear. The only ones that seemed to carry the same sort of confidence were those of the strongest families, with the standouts being that of the Seward family, the Spirituals religion, the Omen family, and a special, unexpected visitor, the Void Palace. Lionel didn't react much to this. The loss of the Void Elders, or at least most of the Void Elders, wouldn't be enough to crumble them entirely. An organization like this would have its trump cards, but even more importantly than that, the Void Palace was the symbol of humanity. Even if it fell, it would be held up by the various families of the human domain. N-O-V-L-B. I-. And of course, whether or not the mission of the palace would stay the same after this. That was a different story entirely. If they were anything more than a puppet, it would be an amusing surprise. The leader of the Void Palace, obviously here to play the role of mediator, was actually quite a young man. Lionel recognized him almost immediately, and he found it even more amusing. This young man was a member of the Unfettered Blade Party, Mykarth. The last time Lionel met him, he was a galaxy-ranked disciple just a couple weeks away from the sector rank. Now, he was nearly a domain-ranked disciple. For the Void Palace to not even send a domain-ranked disciple to mediate the situation was funny enough, but even more importantly than all these other identities, his last name was Suyard. Mykarth had a deep hatred for Lionel. He first found trouble for the latter after his father severed Rosen Suyard's arm, Mykarth's uncle. And it only became personal after Lionel personally defeated him in battle. Honestly, Lionel had to say that Mykarth was the perfect choice. He was the absolute most talented among the Suyard family. That was a title that went to Amory. He wasn't a step below that, as there were 3 others who would have been part of the Suyard family's air wars that were passed up for Amory. He was just a step below that. He was a great talent, for sure. But he wasn't prominent enough to be said to be a representation of the Suyard family, and he was just talented enough to have a great position in the Unfettered Blade Party and the Void Palace. It would be geniuses like him who likely held up the foundation of the Void Palace now, and in the future, the Void Palace of the past would be no more, controlled like a puppet behind the scenes by these powerful families. In fact, that future might be here already, or else the likes of Mykarth would have never been sent first. Mykarth cleared his throat, a slightly prideful expression on his face with the comfort of his family's backing to support him. But before he could speak, Patriarch Morales has yet to ask you to speak. Please be mindful of your position and only speak when spoken to. Tommy spoke with a crisp voice. While it was slightly immature, it carried the same hints of sternness head Commander Chris had. Much like his mentor, he was a stickler for rules and etiquette. He would never allow a guest to speak before his patriarch, nor would he allow his patriarch to have to be the one to correct this guest. He and Nora stood to Lionel's back, one to each side, arms clasped behind their backs. As a pair of youths, they did surprisingly well in this atmosphere, and it was clear that much of their confidence came from the man on the throne before them. The older generation might be hesitant about Lionel, but the feelings of the youth were quite clear when it came to him. He was their idol. Mykarth's face flushed red. Never did he expect to be reprimanded by a child like this, but he also wasn't in a position to argue with one either, especially when said child was in the right. Lionel smiled lightly and slowly opened his mouth. Some thought he might say some fake words to reprimand Tommy, but he did no such thing. Welcome, dear guests. I assume that you've come with the offerings? Chapter 2270. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:27 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 2270. What cost? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2270. What cost? Lionel's words were grating on the ears. Offerings? It was like he was implying that he was a king, and they were his servants come to pay the taxes for a year out of a faint hope that he might give them enlightenment. They had seen Lionel battle, his schemes, his intelligence. There was a next to 0% chance that he had misspoken. He picked this word on purpose. Every step of the way, he was showing his indomitable will. He wouldn't take a step back before these families. Mykarth's expression darkened, but he reigned in his distaste. He was already in a partially compromised position, although the Suyard family had sent him here precisely as a show of strength and power. They now had the greatest influence in the Void Palace and the future generations of the human domain's protectors, and no one else could do anything about it. The momentum of the Morales was something they had to cut down at all cost. Although the Omen and Spiritual's religion was seen to be on the same level, the reality didn't exactly play out like that. For one, the most powerful families and organization was 6, not 4. There was still the Void Palace and Shield Cross Stars. Everyone knew that though they were neutral, they could tip the scales whenever they so chose. Secondly, the Omen family had the shield of being a crafter's family and normally stayed out of most conflicts, The Air Wars was a rare instance of their participation, and it was fairly well acknowledged that this was a combination of both extenuating circumstances, Lionel taking control of both Earth and the Morales in addition to the scorned Queen Botice Moore. Personal feelings. Then there was the spirituals' religion. Their reputation had taken quite some hit after the Emperor of the Spirituals was defeated by Velasco, even while having the aid of so many experts. Not to mention the fact that Velasco had very clearly been injured by some mysterious force. This could even be why they had chosen to come despite the fact their heiress hadn't died at Aina's hands. She had only lost her body. But the truth was still the fact that the spirituals' religion was almost always neutral in all matters, and the Air Wars was yet another exception. Due to all of this, the families most used to butting heads for supremacy over the human domain was the Morales and Seward families. If one surpassed the other obviously wouldn't be able to tolerate it. This was why the Seward family had pulled so many strings to place Mykarth in this position, and he had to represent them well. Mykarth had matured a great deal in the last over 20 years, and his control over his temper was more fit for a middle-aged man, although he did still look not much older than Lionel. So, he spoke with far more calm than what his heart was experiencing. NO-V/L-B/B-N, your words are a bit inappropriate, Morales Patriarch. These are not offerings, they're not gifts either, they are payment in exchange for the lives you've ripped from the human domain. Oh, Lionel's brows shot up. Indeed, I guess that is the case. I seem to remember that I gave quite a fair warning, though. And some people overestimated themselves and chose to ignore it. Lionel's smile was just the same, and everyone remembered exactly what he was talking about. And yet, as though to drive home the point, he waved a hand. The words he had spoken that day rung again. As many as he saw was as many as he would kill. As I see it, Lionel continued, it's an act of kindness on my part to provide this opportunity. So before I take it away, I would advise that you curb the edge in your tone. I use the word offerings because that is exactly what they are. The lives of your lost geniuses aren't worth even a single hair on my head, and yet they all entered with only two purposes. The first was to trample the dignity of the Morales by proving that the geniuses of your families were superior, and the second was to kill me. Lionel's smile was just the same, but his words were cutting. Inwardly, Mykarth was flustered. Lionel continued to be far more direct and scathing than he expected. He had come here with the thought that the sharpest words spoken would be under cloak and dagger, hidden in trap-laced sentences and paragraphs of subterfuge. But that wasn't what he received at all. Lionel was coming right at them, and his words and expression might be coated in a thin layer of politeness, but it was exactly that. Thin. These offerings are to appease my anger, to allow your families and organizations a chance to raise your heads and attempt to compete with me again, as ill-fated as your geniuses will be if they should choose to do so. But don't misunderstand the situation. The power to return their lives to you lies in my hands, and my hands alone. The choice to use said power lies in my hands, and my hand alone. Do you understand? Lionel's Emperor's charm was so imposing that Mykarth almost cracked, involuntarily mouthing the word yes. But luckily, in the last moment, he managed to stifle his throat, choking down the sounds of the coming word, and instead entering a fit of coughing as though food had gone down the wrong pipe. Now, I'll repeat myself for the only time today. Lionel's smile beamed. Dear guests, I assume you've come with the offerings? A silence fell. The elders of the Morales had mixed reactions, though they were sharp enough not to show it on their faces. Many felt a bone-deep satisfaction. Many more felt that the end of the world was coming, and even those that did feel satisfied began to tremble inwardly afterward, experiencing what one might after an extremely greasy meal. It was delicious, but at what cost? Chapter 2271. Published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:27 and 23 seconds a.m. Chapter 2271. A proud Seward if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2271. A proud Seward Mycarth no longer knew what to say. All of this preparation flew out the window, and his experience, or lack thereof, was showing plainly. To make matters worse, his cough still hadn't disappeared, and the more he tried to stop it, the worse it became. Every time he held the cough back, there would be a slight few seconds of silence before the fit began again. He was making his own situation worse and worse by not allowing it to see itself through to the end. It was when the situation seemed unsalvageable and his face was as ripe as a tomato that a young man stepped forward. This young man was handsome, almost too handsome. It reminded Lionel a lot of Y-Star Order in that regard. His hair was a flickering bluish gray that shone more like light than filaments of hair, and his eyes were a dreamy sort of violet, not pale like Lionel's, but rather cool in hue and deep in resonance. It was easy to get lost in them, and it was only made more potent by the fact this violet faded to sky blue near the edges of his irises. It was clear with a single look that this man was a spiritual, or at least half of one. He was the representation of the spiritual's religion, Ivan, a powerful junior ancestor himself, and the backup plan in case Mycarth fell flat on his face. However, before Ivan could even speak, Lionel held up a hand. A law of sorts seemed to bind Ivan's mouth. He could still move freely, but even when he moved to clear his throat, no sounds came out. It was as though he had been made a functional mute. Forgive me, but I'm still in the middle of grieving. If a spiritual speaks in my presence right now, I can't promise I won't kill them, Lionel said lightly. His tone was far more somber and light than it had been previously. The edge of cheeriness and carefreeness had vanished, and even without saying it in so many words, the position of the spiritual's religion became precarious. They were supposedly the neutral party, but the race they worshipped had acted against the human domain. This was an undeniable fact. Velasco was clearly a man that could hold up the skies, and yet the spiritual emperor had come to attack maybe their greatest hope. At least that was how the smaller families saw it. The situation was going from bad to worse, and even the Morales elders were beginning to fidget in their seats. The only ones who seemed emboldened and prideful were the two youths to Lionel's back. They were beaming, feeling intoxicated by the prowess of their patriarch, and that was exactly why they were here. All of these messengers were so focused on Lionel and the two youths that had humiliated them that they couldn't catch on the micro slips in the expressions of the Morales elders. However, the situation was only becoming more and more tense. Lionel didn't seem like he had a plan. It looked as though he was just venting his frustration. But even if it made him feel good for now, what would they do afterward? A man cleared his throat. This was of the Seward family, dressed in silver robes that radiated a sword light when reflecting the sun in just the right way. Excuse me, Morales Patriarch, but I believe that the spiritual's race is the only one that didn't take advantage of our situation to attack. It's a bit inappropriate to treat them like this, no? Also, the spiritual religion is quite misunderstood. They do not worship spirituals, but rather their way of life, their oneness with nature, their balance with the elements. It is not the same as worshiping the race. And even if they did worship the race, I do not believe it is as big of an issue as the patriarch makes it out to be. There are many half-spirituals in our lands, but have you ever seen any half-nomads? Or half-dwarfs? Or half-Rapacs? The spirituals are the one race that do not treat us as lessers, but rather as equals enough to be life partners and mates. I cannot speak to why that spiritual chose to attack Hero Velasco. I do not wield that kind of power, nor do I claim to understand the thoughts of ancestors. What I can say is that during the day of that battle, it wasn't any one person that killed Hero Velasco, but rather the workings of the heaven themselves. Hero Velasco was a loner, a man who completed a great deal of experiments that he never shared with anyone, maybe other than you, his son. It is impossible to tell how he might have enraged the heavens, but I hope that you can put your personal biases to think about. Whilst a noble spiritual might have chosen to attack your father. That was it. Those words were finally spoken, and everything would be over. The elders of the Morales were quite sharp people. They could see the willingness to die in the man's eyes. He was old and wrinkled, even more so than the Overlord had been when he first appeared before Lionel. He might not live for more than a few more months or a couple of years, even if he was able to walk out of here. But speaking these words alone was what he had needed to do. Lionel would lose his temper, maybe even kill all those here using the power of the Moralis. Once he had spoken out this sentiment, it would boil and fester, and soon the title of Hero Velasco he had used to soften Lionel's position so that the latter would allow him to finish would become nothing more than a joke. Locke Seard could already sense it, the shifting tide, the skepticism of the smaller families he had brought with him, and even the faint anger radiating from the elders of the Moralis. His mission was complete, and he could finally close his eyes, a proud Seard. N-0V1BN, and that he did. He closed his eyes and waited for Lionel's strike, a smile of pride on his face no weaker than that of the children to Lionel's back. He was a Seard of the sword. He would die with his back straight, a smile on his face, and a hand on his sword. His hand slowly reached up, gently descending toward the hilt he had known all his life. Chapter 2272, published at 26th of October, 2023, 11:27 and 21 seconds a.m. Chapter 2272. No? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2272. No? Locke's hand missed, swinging at the air. He was inwardly stunned, so much so that he opened his eyes. His sword had always been there. It was the one thing that never failed him, and even with access to all the spatial treasures he could ever hope to use in a single lifetime, he still chose to hang it by his waist. He was so used to this sword that he could find it blindfolded in the depths of a black hole if he had to. So how could he have? The sword wasn't there. Locke's eyes snapped open, and he looked at his waist. It was all gone. His trusted sword wasn't there. The blade of that sword had changed over the years, but the hilt was always the exact same. He asked every swordsmith he had ever worked with to transfer it over. It was the blade hilt his father had passed down to him, and a blade hilt his grandfather had passed on to his father before him. This was tradition of most of the Seard. They didn't believe in keeping the same blade all your life. That wasn't being a swordsman. That was being stupid. No one could deny the strength of a weapon and how much it aided your combat prowess. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this sword hilt was as important as his entire lineage to him. The only reason why he had even brought it when he expected to die was one, because it gave him courage, and two, because he believed that the protective measures Mykarth had with him would allow him to bring the sword out. But now, Locke looked up to find that the sword was in Lionel's hands, being lightly swung with a grace he didn't think should have been possible for a spearmaster, and that Lionel was. There was no denying that his spearmanship had surpassed even more of the elder generation, but the sword didn't look out of place in his hands at all. I've always found swords to be interesting. If it wasn't for the fact the weapon of a man I killed when the metamorphosis first descended upon Earth was a spear, I might have actually picked up a sword first. Though, Lionel swung the sword again. Maybe not. I was also quite a prudent and calculated fighter back then. I would have probably concluded that a layman like myself would do better with a longer stick. Better chance of not dying and all. Lionel looked up with a smile. The sword rang, and the echo of sword force manifested with almost too much ease. It was sharp and powerful, though silvery white, unlike his spear force and his bow force. However, it was seventh dimensional. That's the kind of person I am, Lionel continued. I like to be prudent, cautious. I like to calculate out every step, and while that wasn't the case in the past, I no longer hesitate to kill. I find that doing so is a waste of my effort, trying to figure out the worth of a life, who deserves to live, who deserves to die. It's all very tiresome, and not to be rude, but if I can't figure it out, all of you most certainly can't. Your plan is filled with far too many loopholes. Send the bushy-eyed youth forward first, let him stumble. Then attempt a save with a person you were quite certain ID never let speak before you follow through with your real plan. And it's even better for the Seard, isn't it? After all, it would be your real representation and not this pseudo-representative doing the speaking, right? And then what? You would use the rage I showed as an excuse to attack. Maybe you've tried to rope me and my Morales family in with the demons like you did the Silver Empire and find an excuse for shield cross stars and the Void Palace to Act 2? Is that it? The silence was palpable, but Lionel didn't seem to need to bounce his ideas off of anyone. At the same time, you'd have something to tell the masses. Hero Velasco was just a joke of a man who experimented with what he shouldn't and brought down upon himself the ire of the gods. The spirituals and the other races weren't attacking the human domain at all. Rather, they were just doing their best to stop Velasco from bringing down the wrath of the gods upon you all, right? They weren't cowardly scum at all. In fact, they were trying to save everyone. And the cherry on top was that maybe if Hero Velasco had shared his research and spread the truth of how he had grown so powerful so quickly, and how his wife and son seemed to do the exact same, then none of this would have ever happened. Everyone could have resisted the gods together, and rather than striking down Hero Velasco, you could have worked together to fight against the oppression and lead the human domain to a brighter future. Lionel tapped the sword with his other hand, running his finger along its blade toward its hilt. With every inch that he passed, the blade crumbled. It looked as though it was being burnt to ash, and yet there was no heat in the air at all. It was like Lionel had simply commanded it to crumble, and it heated. Locke's chest constricted as his treasured sword was suddenly left with nothing more than its hilt. Lionel spun it in his hands, letting it land on the tip of his finger as it continued to spin. Is that all about right? It's a pretty stupid scheme if you ask me. It lacks any sort of cleverness or flair. It relies entirely on the ignorance of the people to the truth of the situation, and even relies on your own ignorance as well. Not that you care very much to correct whatever those misconceptions were. Lionel caught the hilt in the air, and his smile vanished. He didn't do anything, but those messengers that were present suddenly wanted to fall to their knees and plead for mercy, the weight on their souls nearly crushing them. You've all miscalculated, though, unfortunately. You can all return. I think the purpose of this meeting is over. When you go back, tell your people that the Morales will be coming to clear the name of both their hero and the stain you try to place upon us. Lionel crushed the hilt in his hands, letting it burn to ash. Lionel's smile returned as he looked toward Locke. He didn't speak, but a voice echoed in Locke's hands. Kill you? You value yourself too much. I would much rather kill whoever told you to speak those words. It would be much more interesting if you were alive to see your treasured, seared family burn to the ground, no? N/O/V epsilon L B/-1/N. Chapter 2273. Published at 30th of October, 2023, 6:39 and 39 seconds AM. Chapter 2273. Much better if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The silence was palpable. No one knew what to say. How correct were Lionel's words? 100%. How much did saying it aloud change? Practically next to nothing. In fact, they could take their chances by using the fact that Lionel had exposed them as a method he was trying to use to absolve himself and his father of wrongdoing. But something about Lionel's smile made them feel uneasy, uncomfortable, and shaken. And it only became worse when his smile vanished. Tommy suddenly stepped forward, and his glare looked down on them all. Didn't you hear what Patriarch Morales said? Scram. His words, as though they carried mysterious powers of their own, blew the envoys out of the large double doors. They rolled along the ground, their clothing being wrinkled and dust kicking up in their wakes. Interesting enough, the smaller families were spared the same fate. However, they got the message well enough as they rushed out, not wanting to be implicated in the same way. Mike Hart's expression was black as a pot as he rose to his feet as quickly as he could while pretending not to be in a sorry state. But even this wouldn't last for very long as he looked up into the skies. Their ships. They were gone. He wanted to roar out and demand an explanation, but he noticed that no matter how he strained his voice, no sound seemed to come out at all. It was as though the laws of the world were restricting him, suffocating his voice, and muting him for all to see. It was just them. The six-dimensional families still had their warships very much intact, and they rushed away. Inwardly, they understood that this was Lionel giving them a chance to turn to his side, and they even had the offerings prepared for their youth, but now they didn't dare to complete the exchange. The implications were very much different now, and soon they might be forced to pick a side, but they prefer to sit on the fence for as long as possible. As for the loss of their youths, the honest truth was that if it gave their families a chance to survive this coming storm, the cost of a single genius, or even many, was a worthy price for these small families to pay. That was the harsh reality. A single genius would have never changed their fates. Their best couldn't compare to the likes of Amory, or Simona, or Armand, or any number of the other members of the Cataclysm Zone. It wasn't worth it to risk the whole family for them, at least not without the consent of their own upper echelon. The seventh-dimensional families that had come to pressure Lionel grit their teeth. They had been robbed in broad daylight, and they couldn't even voice their complaints. They tried to send messages to their families, but they realized that even this was blocked. It seemed that without Morales territory, there would be absolutely nothing they could do. They could only go the long way, leaving by foot and through air under their own power. I think you should take a look at N. -0 Velb, and the laughter and jeers of the Morales citizens echoed through the skies as they rushed away. Their faces burned and their anger was palpable, but they didn't dare to attack. Even if they had the balls to, they felt like an all-seeing I was bearing down on them from above, observing each and every one of their actions. And even if it wasn't there, what chance did the small handful of them stand against so many Morales? The elders wouldn't even have to take action. They would be drowned by six-dimensional experts. This seemed like a great victory, but after the doors of the Morales Palace closed, the elders seemed to boil over with all of the emotions that they had kept bottled up, the leader of which was Elder Aria. Lionel could already read her impression of him from a mile away, and right now, she couldn't seem to control herself at all as she exploded. Patriarch, this was highly inappropriate. You've put the entire family on the brink of destruction. Tommy and Nora Morales, who had just been in exceptionally high spirits, looked around in confusion. Wasn't this a great thing? What was happening? Elder Aria realized that there were still third parties here and that she had exploded too soon. She made a move to dismiss the two children, but before she could, Lionel held up a hand. His smile had returned, and she met her eyes. What would you suggest we do? Aria took a breath and regained her composure, her eyes becoming more piercing. They were just messengers. Since things have come this far, well, catch them, detain them, accuse them of disrespecting the Morales family name, and jail them. Well, send a message to their families and organizations, demanding compensation. This compensation will be less than what you asked for their geniuses. When they come forward with this compensation, we will return both their messenger and their genius as a sign of goodwill. To the public, we will appear both strong and magnanimous, while politically, we will sow more relationships than enemies. It will fix all of this. The elders fell into silence, and Lionel even saw many of them visibly relax. This was an excellent plan, and a win in all directions. It was the kind of plan their patriarch should have been the one to come up with, but there was a reason they were a council. Their patriarchs were often young and needed guidance. Their help would fix everything. Even Lionel's brows rose up, and in the end, he happily laughed and even clapped. That is very much not the response I expected, Lionel said cheerily. I thought that your solution would be to have me step down and give the excuse of grieving to deal with this situation, but I must admit that I was wrong. I apologize, Elder Aria. Elder Aria snorted. What a joke. Even if she wanted to do that, it would make the Morales look weak to have their patriarch step down due to the pressure of other families. She would never allow that. However, I still like my plan better. Chapter 2274. Published at 30th of October, 2023, 6:39 and 38 seconds a.m. Chapter 2274. You don't believe me? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again Elder Aria was stunned silent, and then her expression twisted. You dash. Lionel held up a hand. Do not misunderstand. I respect my elders and your experience. I am not casually dismissing your plans out of malice or anger, nor am I acting out of emotion. Though, even if I was, it really wouldn't make much of a difference, Lionel thought to himself with a smile. Whether he was being emotional or not, he didn't believe there were many, if any, who could outmaneuver him in this world. Victory would be certain one way or another, but since he had his wits about him, he might as well be calm and calculated, taking the best and most perfect course of action. Arya grit her teeth, but since Lionel had spoken so clearly, it was her duty to calm down and listen to him. She really wanted to hear what he could possibly say that was better than her plan. First, you all need to understand something. If we cannot get on the same page, we will never be in harmony. And if we lack harmony, you all will fight me every step of the way. You need to understand that these choices I'm making aren't only because they will benefit the Morales family the most, but also because there is no other choice. Lionel looked through them one by one. I know you heard my words. I know you feel that they are reasonable, and I know that in your thoughts, you believe that the only thing we can do against such allegations is to stall. But do you know what these families fear the most right now? Arya's jaw tightened. That's right. You're all very experienced. What they fear the most is us having time. They fear us unearthing the potential of our new lineage factor, of birthing more talents that have acclimated to it from birth, of me potentially sharing whatever illusory and mysterious plan my father has to help others improve greatly in a short period of time. This month or so they've given us since the death of my father wasn't out of courtesy. It was the time they needed to prepare to line all their ducks in a row to make sure that they were ready for war at any given time. Second Nova, Lionel suddenly called out. A subtle portal of spatial force opened up, and Orin appeared. He was slightly confused at first, but he quickly focused and bowed to the elders around. Lionel grinned. Your information networks are some of the best in the human domain. No, the best, Orin corrected out of habit. He hesitated afterward, but then he felt that being humble right now wouldn't suit him. If anything, it would just annoy him. He had his own pride as a Morales and a demon, for that matter. And what would you say the odds that these seventh-dimensional families are preparing for war? Orin blinked in confusion. Well, 100%, but isn't that obvious considering the sudden invasion by the other domains? Of course there. Orin trailed off, and his heart jumped several beats. Having information was one thing. Interpreting it properly was a completely different matter. If information was enough to understand every and all things, then who would ever fail to answer a mathematics problem? Who would ever mistakenly answer a reading comprehension question? It was all too easy to get lost in the weeds of unimportant information. I think you should take a look at, and Orin, too, had made that mistake. He had gathered quite a bit of intel on the movements of the families and how much preparation they were doing for war, and to him, and the rest of the Morales for that matter, it was just a matter of simple logic. The human domain had just suffered a devastating attack. Why wouldn't the most powerful families be preparing? What he had neglected was the fact that this was also the perfect shroud, the perfect wool over their eyes, the perfect misdirection. Were these families really preparing for another invasion? How had the Morales prepared? They called all their citizens, huddling them up in their capital solar system, and deployed sentries to scout and make sure that no one encroached on their territory. This was how you might best prepare for a coming invasion. But what had those families done? Nothing of the sort. They gathered resources called Back Their Warriors, tightened control over various human domain organizations, and then they sent out envoys to pressure the Morales family, a family that would be one of their biggest allies during an invasion. When it was put like this, even a fool could see it. Orin almost felt like an idiot for not seeing it sooner. Looking at Lionel, he felt that he understood why he had lost so handily. Of course, he had never entered the air wars for victory. His only goal was to deal with Third Nova. But even so, something told him it wouldn't have mattered even if he had intentions for victory. Orin took a deep breath. They want to strike us a blow. Lionel smiled, and Arya and the other elders remained silent. They understood, even without it being said in so many words. There was never room to compromise, and there was never room to stall. War was already on their front porch, and Lionel seemed to be the only one who had noticed. Then Lionel suddenly spoke. The second thing you need to understand is that even if this wasn't the case, I would still attack. Why? Because we are in an undefeatable position. The elders frowned. No, you don't believe me? Lionel waved a hand, and countless runes appeared in the air. The elders suddenly felt light as air, as though they could run at double the speed. But then they suddenly felt as heavy as boulders, their arms and legs not moving like they wanted them to. And then their force surged, rushing through their nodal pathways like raging rivers, but then the reverse almost buried them into their seats, and an instant later. Novel B, 1N, controlling their abilities to speak or not wasn't a parlor trick, Lionel beamed. It's an ability that requires fundamental control over this world's very laws. If they step within our borders, they die. This was already shocking enough. But this wasn't what Lionel was banking on at all, because he felt they still didn't understand exactly what this meant. Instead, he had something they would understand with far greater clarity. Chapter 2275, published at 30th of October, 2023, 6:39 and 36 seconds a.m., Chapter 2275, undefeatable position if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel looked at them, and he could see that they didn't understand. Or maybe they did, and they just didn't understand how far it could go. Sure, seventh-dimensional existences will be the backbone of any powerful army, but how many of them could Lionel use it on at once? And let's say that he could use it on an infinite number and practically cripple their battle strength. What good was it against ancestors? Even if the Morales wiped the floor with every seventh-dimensional expert the others could throw at them, when their ancestors were all defeated beneath the sheer numbers they would be forced to face, what good would it do? Once all the Morales ancestors were dead, the ancestors of the opposing families would just turn their attention toward them. And then what? They would all be massacred to the last man. No amount of advantages, and help would close the gap between the seventh and eighth dimensions. Your worries aren't warranted. You know as well as anyone that the ancestors didn't want me to become patriarch, at least not so easily. And yet what happened? The elders froze. Indeed, Alvaro and Isa weren't happy at all. An overlord had even appeared. They had forgotten about this matter, because they just chalked it up to the overlord taking favor upon Lionel. But was that really what happened? It doesn't really matter whether you believe me or not, though at least not for now, because you've understood the first point well enough. There is no taking a step back. There is only forward now, and we can only walk that path together. Lionel grinned. What I can help you with, though, is all that worry. He snapped his finger, and a soul appeared. It took shape and quickly formed a vibrant violet armor. It was a behemoth of a man, and they immediately recognized him as the genius of the Tor family, Armand. But now, Armand took a knee before Lionel, his gaze filled with subservience. Greetings, King. Tell me, Armand, what is the structure of the Tor family armies? Yes, King. The Tor family has a total of 200,000 Tier 9 God, Path, 7th dimensional experts. They're led by the General of Earth, the General of Love, the General of War, and the General of Strength, each one a junior ancestor with exceptional combat prowess. We have 6 ancestors: Ancestor Orion, Ancestor Pleiades. The greatest trump card of our Tor family, at least as far as I know, King, is the constellation formation, as it is for all constellation families. Gathering together all 6 ancestors and the pride of our family, the constellation can enter a sort of berserk state that allows the ancestors to tap into greater power. This trump card can only be used while within our territory, but it is exceptionally powerful. The time of use should vary from family to family, but it lasts about 3 hours for us. Some other trump cards include the First Ancestor's Battle Axe. It is a life-grade weapon, and it has a life-steal ability. It is said that our first ancestor was a blood sovereign and had exceptional earth affinity. He was able to forge this weapon despite not being a crafter, and when used in the hands of an ancestor, their stamina is as unlimited as their number of kills. So long as the blade tastes blood, the ancestor will never falter. Another trump card, Armand continued to talk, holding nothing back and filling the hall with so much information that even the elders felt overwhelmed. Was there such a thing as too much information? How would they even take advantage of all of this? But seeing Lionel's laughter and remembering what he had done during the air wars, they felt a unique weight being lifted up and off their shoulders. Lionel didn't even wait for Armand to finish. This was all a farce. He had already documented and stored all this information, both physically and in his mind. The plans he had for each and every family were on a completely different level, but what was more amusing than this was what he would do first. With a thought, Lionel brought out a powerful or that exuded a great amount of pressure. It was an eighth-dimensional or one that had only been produced in Morales lands, and of course he had taken it without asking. But very soon they would understand why. I think you should take a look at with a smile. He spoke. Breathe. Armand shuddered with excitement, and his soul was suddenly absorbed into the orb. This or was known as Blood Diamond Organ. It was one born in the depths of thick combat and blood, and it carried aspects of blood force and earth force. Ironically that was a perfect match for the first Ancestor Tor's weapon. In dash, Zero Velbinna or boomed and expanded, and soon a fully armored, and more importantly, flesh-covered Armand appeared. This was the true use of Breathe. With an adequate sacrifice, a soul he forced to arise would gain permanence beyond the 24-hour period. The more talented the soul, the more powerful it was, the higher the required sacrifice. This blood diamond was actually far more than what Armand needed, but Lionel could also use Breathe as a proxy to strengthen his souls as well. When the process was complete, he could decide the new construction's level of autonomy. If he wanted its growth potential, he would have to give it more autonomy. If he wanted its immediate strength and complete loyalty far more, then he would restrict its autonomy. Though, he could change these matters later, so long as he did it within a certain time frame. And of course, he had chosen to restrict Armand's autonomy. Lionel grinned. Return to your family. Yes, King. Armand rushed away without even glancing toward the Morales ancestors. Lionel beamed, raising up the silver tablet. I can resurrect people with this tablet, and they'll be complete and whole. Or, I can resurrect people with a sacrifice and my strength, in which case they'll be completely under my control. I think you've all forgotten. I meant it when I said, we are in an undefeatable position. No matter how many below ancestor-level brothers and sisters die, so long as they are Morales, I can bring them back. The Morales elders were beyond shaken for the final time that day. Chapter 2276, published at 30th of October, 2023, 6:39 and 36 seconds a.m. Chapter 2276. Goal: if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2276 goal: there's no time to wait. The attacks will begin within the day. And by attacks, I mean our own. Lionel stood to his feet, the shock of the elders not moving him. But the others Elder Arya tried to speak, but she was far more hesitant and unsure. Nora had never seen her mentor like this, and it made her respect for Lionel skyrocket. Her eyes sparkled as she looked toward Lionel's back, but her discipline was strong as her expression remained professional, imitating her mentor. I only retained Armand to show you all. Before I even came here, I had already sent the other geniuses back, and I also noted down all of the information that I needed to as well. I have a perfect battle plan in place for each and every seventh-dimensional family. We will attack in one sweep, and I will lead every charge. You will. Lionel's figure flickered, and clones of himself manifested one after another. However, these clones didn't seem normal. Instead, they were like a cross of soul constructs and something beyond. Were they crafts? How was that possible? Elder Arya's heart skipped a beat. As a crafter a step from the life grade herself, her experience was great and untold, but she felt wholly inferior just seeing this scene. She couldn't even begin to tell just how Lionel had done it. Nothing she thought of made sense. And of course she couldn't. This craft was a combination of Little Tali's help his king's might lineage factor, and his crafting expertise. It was impossible for a crafter alone to accomplish this, at least not at Lionel's current level. The first thing he did was intimately understand breathe. He couldn't do this without his enlightened self, but what also made it far easier was the help he received from his vital star force, raising it to a half step from impetus state. Breathe was ultimately a bridge from inanimate to the animate, a connection that gave something dead life. The second thing he did was create the perfect ore for himself. Compared to the blood diamond ore, it was far more valuable, and it drained his wealth. This ore didn't have a name, so Lionel simply named it the King Oregon. It was the perfect representation of him, carrying every aspect of his affinities and skills. This obviously relied on little Tali, but what relied on little Tali far more was what happened next. Lionel had to place a small part of himself within every king ore, and then use breathe on himself. He wasn't quite sure how to succeed in this, and everything he tried only harmed himself to no benefit. But then little Tali, as he always seemed to do these days, made it impossibly easy. Little Tali simply latched on to each piece itself, carrying with it its connection to Lionel. Then, when Lionel used breathe, each clone gained a small bit of himself and an aspect of Tolliver. Originally, he thought that this might harm the little one, so he did just one as a practice run, but to his shock, it was like nothing had happened at all. Before, there was a limit to how much he could split Tolliver, and he could only work on 1,000 or so crafts at the same time. But now, Tolliver had completely shed those limitations. Though Lionel hadn't tested it, it might as well have been infinite to him because it was over the capacity his own mind could even handle. As a result, forming one copy of himself to lead each army was impossibly easy. The Morales ancestors might have usually already complained. Lionel was the least experienced of them all, but now it seemed that he wanted to take control of everything. Were they going to trust a youth to decide the destiny of a family that had existed for thousands of years? But none of the elders remaining had the face to do such a thing. They remained silent and let the ancestors make the choice, their silence speaking for itself. It was then that a voice echoed. Littlest Nova will be the supreme commander of this war. Listen to his every order. The elders shuddered. They wouldn't normally recognize this voice, but they had learned who this man was just a day or so ago. The overlord of their family. Lionel had already walked out from the palace even as the voice sounded. It seemed that he had already expected as much, and nothing about this matter could surprise him. The elders rushed after him, the first to appear being Elder Chris. "Please command me, Patriarch." She spoke in a low shout. "Build me 12 armies. Each must have a size of 10 million. Seventh-dimensional experts only." All 12 Lionels spoke in unison. Within each, there must be an organization of sets of 10, then 100, then 1,000. Do not organize beyond that. Elder Chris inwardly questioned this kind of order. If the organization stopped at 1,000 with an army of that size, it would be a mess. That would mean 10,000 independent minds trying to work on their own. There wouldn't be any forward momentum whatsoever. And, v-/yell//b. And the other problem was that 10 million was too small a number for a war on this scale. The numbers should start at billions. What was a scale of millions going to do? There were billions of Morales who had awakened at least one lineage factor in the Nova generation alone, let alone the others. But her discipline caused her to not even attempt to question it. Split the Tier 9 7th-dimensional experts evenly, and do not add any junior ancestors. You all will anchor the home base. You have exactly 6 hours to accomplish this. Go. Elder Chris saluted and then vanished. "Patriarch, what is our goal?" Elder Arya tried to remain in line, but she wasn't raised in the military like Chris was. Her discipline was nowhere near the same. The goal. Within a week, the Constellation Alliance will be brought to their knees. Chapter 2277. Published at 30th of October, 2023, 6:39 and 34 seconds a.m., Chapter 2277. Falling Sky. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2277. Falling Sky. The location was the territory of the Constellation Bow Alliance. More accurately, that of the Terrius family. The Constellation Bow Alliance was one of the weaker organizations, at least compared to the Spirituals' religion, the Void Palace, or Shield Cross Stars. Originally, the Terrius family was a powerhouse that stood toe-to-toe with the Morales and the Suyards. But after losing the Bow Domain ring, their strength plummeted in the coming generations. In order to stave off this downfall, they brought together their subordinate families, many of which were branches formed by Terrius family members that had married into other families and formed a single alliance behind a single Bow constellation. The result of this was their influence remaining relatively the same, although far more spread out. It was a sacrifice that allowed them to maintain their power, but it was still a sacrifice. The Terrius family of today could no longer do as they pleased, and the loss of Nazag, the youth meant to carry them back to their true prosperity, had caused them to hit rock bottom. Until he suddenly came back. This should have been a joyous occasion, but the elders of the Terrius family didn't feel that way at all. In fact, they were very wary. The timeline matched up. They had just sent an envoy to pressure the Morales family, and an envoy that would have had the backing of all the most powerful families and organizations of the human domain as well. They received reports not long afterward that Lionel Morales had been enraged, stolen their warships, and then kicked their people out, which had caused a delay in the message. But then soon afterward, Nazag returned home. It all lined up. According to the reports, Lionel had acted on his own, and the elders of the Morales didn't have a chance to stop him. It made sense for them to take this course of action as a peace offering to buy themselves more time. But these old men and women were very experienced, and they hadn't forgotten Lionel's abilities. Namely, they were worried about the Cloud race infiltrating their ranks. Exposing a Cloud race member when you were unaware of their existence was impossible. This was a technology of scope the human domain didn't have. However, when you had a suspicion, exposing a Cloud race member was incredibly easy. And so, while pretending like they welcomed him back with open arms, the Terrius family had actually trapped Nazag and began to test him ruthlessly. But to their shock, or maybe their relief, it truly was Nazag. His soul was the same. His body was even stronger than it had been in the past. And he seemed to have even gained a sort of enlightenment, coming back with a more powerful momentum than he had in the past. It seemed that he had taken the loss to heart, but not enough that it would affect his future advancement, and it filled the hearts of his father and the elders with pride. Marcelo Terrius stood before his son, a beaming smile on his face. "It's good that you're all right. It's good." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he held back. Both he and his wife couldn't possibly be bundles of emotion. Even now, Teresa Terrius refused to let go of her son, holding on to her tightly. It had been hard for the two of them these last few days. They had understood the intentions of the elders, but they also wanted their son back. At the same time, they didn't want to treat a member of the Cloud race as their own flesh and blood, as that would only hurt more. It could only be said that they had been greatly conflicted in recent days, and they couldn't be happier now. Nazag smiled. "There's no need to worry, Mom, Dad. I've learned from this. They'll only come back stronger. Lionel Morales released me this time, but next time, they'll make sure he'll regret giving me this opportunity." Marcelo nodded firmly. He wanted to slap his son's shoulders, but his wife was in the way, and he could only settle for a hearty laughter instead. "Nazag," Marcelo suddenly said, getting serious, "we'll be going to war soon. Although I don't want to put you in danger, so soon after you've returned to us, there's no other choice. The Constellation families and much of the human domain have already decided to make a move on the Morales. We must be swift and surgical. You'll get your revenge very soon." Nazag nodded. "When will we move out?" Marcelo grinned with pride, seeing his son's eagerness. If Nazag had shown any hesitation, he would know that his previous bravado about learning from this loss had been nothing but a FAA sectionade. But now, he was certain his son had come back stronger. N/O/V/L-B/N. The war preparations are already finished, However, the date of attack hasn't quite been settled yet. We need a sudden and swift attack, one that deals the Morales a devastating blow. Their momentum right now is far too fierce, and we need to knock it down several levels before we take any further course of action. Families like the Morales and ours have extremely deep foundations. It's easy to deal a blow, but it's much harder to eliminate them from the roots. If we act, we need to do the latter. Understood, Father. He'll be ready. Good. Now go off. Elder Moody is waiting for you. I and your mother have our own part to play, and as do you. You are in the 7th dimension now. You have responsibilities, boom. Marcelo never stopped speaking, but it might as well have been as though he had. The cacophony of sounds was so vicious and violent that all noise aside from it was washed away in a tsunami-like tide. The expression of the entire family changed, and they rushed out onto their large balcony, looking up into the skies to find that it felt like it was falling. Chapter 2278. Published at 30th of October, 2023, 6:39 and 33 seconds a.m. Chapter 2278. My King, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2278. My King Marcelo was shocked. This was the capital of the Terrius family, the core of the Constellation Alliance. How could there be an attack here without any further information? How could they not have been alerted? Any family worth their salt would have countless outposts stretching from the edge of their territory to the very core. Even if dozens failed, there would still be dozens more. It simply didn't make sense for anyone to get this far without their knowledge. Marcelo's expression changed again as he realized something else. The planet's protective formation, a formation that had stood for hundreds of years and was maintained with the full force of the family, had fallen already. The quaking of the planet was none other than a sign of its collapse, and at this moment, the noblest of the Terrius family were on the chopping block. A single string from a Tier 2 warship could destroy the entire planet. Even if the ancestors took action now, it would still be too late. Just how had this happened? The worst-case scenario that Marcelo was expecting didn't happen. In the skies, half a dozen starships surrounded the planet. They were far smaller than anything Marcelo had ever seen before, but the power of their lasers was so precise that they perfectly targeted the weaknesses of their formation. Each was about the quarter the size of a normal moon, and their swiftness was unlike anything he had ever seen before. They moved with such fluidity out of the way of the retaliation of the Terrius family, and then flew to one another's sides, forming a large force arc between them that repelled another onslaught back toward the planet. And then they appeared, armored like a rainbow, battalions and troops of all kinds of solid colors. Marcelo had never seen an army like this one. It was normal for an army to have a single banner they flew under and a single uniform they all shared. But he had never seen an army that had so many different armors at once, at least not when attacking as one unit. It felt disjointed, unprofessional, even a bit childish, until it suddenly wasn't. A troop of 1,000,000 wearing, shimmering white gold armors flickered, and before Marcelo could even understand what was happening, the next volley of attacks to the army passed right through them, as though they weren't there. In fact, the volley flew right through the starships to their back as well. It wasn't until there was suddenly a devastating boom on the ground that Marcelo realized what was happening. It was all an illusion. Maybe they had never been in the skies in the first place. No, maybe it was that they had been in the skies, but while they were all focused on what was happening above, the battle on the ground had already begun. The retaliation of the Terrius family was swift. There were already several powerhouses of the Constellation Bow Alliance present, all focused on planning for the coming war. In addition, like Marcelo's family had said, they were very ready for war as well. The moment their enemy didn't choose to destroy their planet with a single laser strike, they were able to recover and begin their counter-assault. However, even as they did so, they found their options being whittled down one by one. First, their large-scale war machines became useless because they couldn't pinpoint the starships in the skies. On top of that, the army made it to the ground, and targeting them with such weapons would mean targeting their own citizens as well. Second, they realized that their greatest advantages as bowmen suddenly vanished. Their bow force couldn't gather at all, and this was the most devastating blow they could have faced. Their most powerful weapons and large-scale force arts all relied on bow force. Without it, they couldn't even communicate with their constellation. And that was when it settled in. Where had they seen this ability before? The Morales are attacking. A young man, far too big and burly to be an archer, roared into the Hall of Elders. The elders looked toward this messenger, their gazes dark. They already knew this. They had figured out the moment their bow force stopped working. There was only one person that they had ever seen do this, and they had already decided on a course of action. They would send an ancestor to kill Lionel, no matter what the cost. And they did exactly that. Unfortunately, the moment this ancestor appeared, they were cut down by the starship. They sent a group afterward, but they were cut down by the starships as well. By the time the regular populace and the leaders of their armies realized that the Morales were the ones attacking, the Constellation Bow Alliance had already lost 4 of their ancestors. In the entire alliance, they only had 9, 4 of which were the ancestors of the Terrius family, and the other 5 of which came from their allies. And now, the Terrius family had lost 2, while the various families had lost 3. This was the most devastating blow they had taken since the loss of the Bow Domain Ring. They almost lashed out at the messenger for bringing them news they already knew, but they didn't even get the chance to. No VLB. Deep within Terrius territory, even deeper than the Elders' meeting room and in a location similar to the Morales Holy Land, the Terrius family had already begun to evacuate their future. Among this number, there was Nazag, and he had been the first on their list of priorities. So long as he lived, everything else could be negotiated. That was why it was so surprising when Nazag suddenly tapped his forehead and a resonating force art suddenly formed. Beneath the astonished gazes of the escaping Constellation Bow Alliance members, Lionel suddenly appeared with a smile on his face by Nazag's side. "My king," Nazag said with a resounding voice. Lionel ignored him, waving the hand that Tolliver wrapped around. In that moment, a woman deep within Terrius territory stirred, and the world spirit of the Terrius family was ripped from her body. Chapter 2279, published at 30th of October, 2023, 1:13 and 17 seconds p.m. Chapter 2279. 2 choices if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2279, 2 choices. The Terrius family members were shocked. The strongest of them were out fighting the Morales army, but that didn't mean that those they had left behind were weak. In fact, it could be said that this was the strongest collection of geniuses that the family had. Even those that were in Tier 9 were among those with the highest chance of one day entering the realm of ancestors. They were shocked into almost not reacting, but that only lasted for a brief instant before they all rushed Lionel. Unfortunately, that brief attempt was all they got. Lionel crushed the world spirit in his palms and raised it into the air. In that instant, every Terrius in existence felt as though a part of them had been violently ripped away, many of them feeling their eyes' tears well up for reasons that were far beyond their control. An overwhelming pressure descended from the distance as the individual Lionel assumed was the overlord of the Terrius family reacted. She rushed forward with a great amount of speed, but her expression sank when she understood the situation. No, when she felt it. No VLB, one in the Terrius family territory, even while they were still fighting with everything they had been stripped away from them. A new and foreign energy swept in, far weaker than the first had been, and far more subtle as well. Each member of the Terrius felt a small suppression on their abilities. It was minor, but it remained uncomfortable, almost as though a thin and moist paper towel was placed before their nose and mouth, making breathing just a bit more difficult. Overlord Terrius saw red. She didn't know how this had happened, or how an outsider had so easily entered their territory, but a scarlet-red bow that looked as though it had been carved of rubies took shape in her hands. Even as her wrinkles deepened, her fury rose up, flames sparking in her eyes as she unleashed a roar. She hadn't spoken in several years. She didn't have to. Her only duty to the family was to cycle her energy, protect the world spirit, and remain alive for the event that they were placed in an existential crisis. And now, she had already failed in one of these tasks. Her arrow released in an instant, appearing before Lionel's forehead as though it had teleported there. She didn't hold back in the slightest, not even minding the life and death of their family's future. If there was no world spirit, there would be no future to be had in the first place. However, under her astonished gaze, the arrow, even wreathed in flames, vanished. No, it didn't vanish. It crumbled like a moist cake. Then it quickly dried out and drifted into the air like fluttering ash. Lionel turned to gaze toward Overlord Terrius, his expression indifferent. The Overlord had seen this young man before. As an Overlord, her and her many companions across the human domain never cared to pay attention to other air wars, except for this one. They knew the face of this young man well, but never did she think she would come face to face with him so very soon. Soon, all of the former strength of the Terrius family will vanish. At that time, you'll have a choice to make. It's either you'll subordinate yourselves to those four powers, or to me. I can tell you that the smart choice is the latter one, but I have a feeling that you're all going to make a decision out of emotion. All I can say to that is that I don't give second chances. If you don't want to live, feel free to choose the wrong side. Adios. Lionel gave the Overlord a mock salute and then vanished in a twinkling starlight. The instant he did, Nazag paled. He used me. His words were full of grief and indignation, his legs buckling beneath him and his wails echoing through the holy land of the Terrius family. No one knew what to say. Some of them had seen the light come from Nazag, but they found it difficult to blame him. It seemed they didn't know just how intentional it all was. But they were still children in the Overlord's eyes, and what they would be swayed by wasn't what an Overlord would be swayed by. "Detain him," she said coldly. Her teeth clenched and her chest heaved. Without the world spirit, she was staring down more than just the mortality of the Terrius family. She was also forced to face her own mortality. Without the world spirit, she would live at most a few more months, and not much more than a year at the very most. All the while, her strength would decrease day by day. It could be said that the function of the world spirit, aside from keeping her and other overlords alive, was for the sake of maintaining a constant outpouring of strength. Without it, their power would decline too much with their old age. Overlord Terrius watched as Nazag was captured and chained, but her reaction didn't change much, other than the biting of her lip. She could sense that Lionel's army was retreating after dealing them a devastating blow, and she felt her rage rising up to her. They had lost their world spirit. They had lost several ancestors. Their future seemed to remain intact, but what good were they without a strong backbone to begin with? The worst part was that she didn't know whether this was all that was happening either. It made sense for Lionel to attack them first. After all, he had a decided advantage against them. She hadn't thought that even her own arrows would be useless against him. And yet here they were. Overlord Terrius took out an item that looked like a talisman and then burned it with an odd white flame. However, her expression twisted when she realized immediately, even before it completely dissipated, that her message hadn't gone through. Lionel was already using their world spirit to interfere with the normal function of their world. She ground her teeth so loudly that the echoes resonated through the Holy Land. Chapter 2280, published at 30th of October, 2023, 1:13 and 16 seconds p.m., Chapter 2280. Couldn't believe if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2280. Couldn't believe Overlord Terrius took a breath and calmed herself. She refused to allow herself to remain flustered over a child. After a moment, she summoned the remaining 2 ancestors of the Terrius family and the remaining 2 from their subordinate families. The fact that the Terrius family still had an overlord remaining was actually a secret from their subordinates, but now wasn't the time to still retain a trump card. The appearance of Overlord Terrius immediately settled the growing fissures between the Terrius families and their branch families. However, it also made them realize just how bad the situation was if the death of 5 ancestors wasn't enough. Once they appeared, Overlord Terrius began to speak immediately, taking control of the situation. My ability to communicate with the other families has been closed off, and I assume that their ability to contact us has been likewise cut off. I also cannot leave for fear that another attack might be launched, and the Alliance needs a stabilizing force right now. I will lay out the situation as plainly as possible. We have lost our world spirit. Nazag was used as a gateway to enter our holy land and locate it, while some method unknown to me was used to capture it. It's safe to say that within a certain range, the Morales family has the ability to steal any and all world spirits I did not even have a chance to resist, let alone speak of resisting. With the current situation, our constellation will gradually weaken until our connection with it is lost entirely. Our lineage factor will follow it in weakening. As that happens, the hold that the Morales have on our territory will strengthen until this region is no different from any one of their other territories. Within a few years, this location will become an 8th-dimensional world as well. But this boon will have nothing to do with us, as we will be beneath the thumb of the Morales. As things stand, there are only 2 options before us. The first is to kneel to the Morales. The second is to kneel to the Suyard family and the spiritual's religion. A family without a world spirit has no right to raise their heads high, and I only have a limited time left to effect change and help position us well for the future. When Overlord Terrius finished speaking, there was nothing but somberness and frailty in the air. The 4 ancestors seemed to sink into their positions, realizing that they were almost helpless to do anything. No VE/LB. This very same conversation occurred all around the human domain. These families found themselves stretched thin, their world spirits snatched. Some were in an even worse position than others, not having even a single overlord to rely on, and their speaking power being even weaker as a result. The Cancer family, the Ram family, the Virgo family, the Pisk family, the Cornus family. Of these, only the Ram family surprisingly had an overlord, a secret they had tightly held to themselves all the while. But in the end, it did them little better than the chance to jockey for position in the future. Some families were in more complicated straits, though finding themselves torn in 2 directions for more than just benefits, but rather emotion as well. One of which being the Aquarius family. Vega Aquarius sat in her family's hall, her mind quite blank. Unlike the other families, there was no traitor among the Aquarius, but that had only made their fate all the more devastating. Lionel's armies didn't pull back. Instead, they were led by the true Lionel. He bulldozed through their ranks with sheer force, and a great number of starships descended onto their planet. Lionel hadn't given the week-long timeline for most families. The families like the Terrius had fallen in just a few hours. In fact, 10 of the 12 constellation families had fallen within a few hours, without even the chance to retaliate. The Gemini, the Leo, the Libra, the Taur, the Cornus, the Cancer, the Ram, the Virgo, and the Pisk families had all fallen. Ironically, it was due to her connection with First Nova that Vega's family had ended up among the worst. Well, relatively speaking, many more of their 7th-dimensional experts had died, but their ancestors were intact. Of course, that was relative as well. Their ancestors were all bedridden, each one so heavily injured that this meeting could only be led by Vega's great-grandmother, and the only overlord of the Aquarius family. The Aquarius, the Gemini, the Libra, the Taur, the Terrius, and the Ram families, the 6 that all had overlords among their ranks. In these past few weeks, Vega had gotten into a habit of blankly staring out into space. After Velasco had died, she had been called back to her family. Truthfully, she hadn't thought much of it. Lionel's mother had spoken out to help her and Adderworth's relationship, but now that Velasco was dead, her words held much less weight. She had had no choice but to return, not wanting to put undue pressure on the Morales. In fact, she had even returned in secret. What she hadn't expected was that when she returned home, she would hear of a war plan. She immediately tried to escape, but that had ended in her imprisonment. In imprisonment, she had only been released from today so that her great-grandmother could interrogate her about her involvement and learn of whether she had been aware of this plan or not. She had been spared since she truly had no idea, but her fate in the family was precarious. Not that it mattered much, since the family's fate, as a whole, also seemed to be. Bang! Overlord Quarius' wrinkled palm slammed into the throne beneath her, nearly shattering it completely. The Quarius family will not stand for this. We will storm the capitals of the Moralis and wash them over with rivers and oceans. Her roar thundered. Lionel didn't seem to particularly care about what choice the families would make. At the moment, he strolled through pious territory, his armies around him. In the distance, he could see a furious Simona. She couldn't seem to believe that Lionel would do this to her. Hadn't they been allies? Chapter 2281. Published at 30th of October, 2023, 1:13 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 2281. An ally of mine if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2281. An ally of mine, Lionel, pretended, as though he didn't see Simona's furious glare. His senses were focused on the battle around him, sharply directing the movements of his troops. He didn't have the time to baby the emotions of a young woman he hardly knew. The amount that he hoped to gain from returning her puppy beast to her had already been fulfilled. The rest would be decided on very different factors. It was almost without suspense at all. His battle plan for the pious family had been the most robust, containing contingencies for Simona's paternal family. But it seemed that he had thought too much. They weren't actually taking action at all, and he strolled right up to the gates of the pious family's palace. At that moment, Simona stepped out from the palace, her mother following to her side, and a large number of pious ancestors appearing with them. High in the skies, the star ships rumbled, but Lionel didn't control them to fire. With his dream domains still deployed, Lionel scanned every inch of the planet, not paying attention to the mother-daughter duo immediately. He seemed to be quite calm, and it didn't seem like he was fighting a bloody war at all. The warriors of the Moralis were already valiant, but without the fear of death looming over their heads, they seemed to become like monsters in human skin. Their spears sung, and the eagerness in their eyes was palpable. This was the last battle Lionel was fighting. He had actually left it for last along with the Quarius family, splitting 6 of the 12 armies he had Elder Chris build toward each one of those families. So, these men and women had already experienced what it meant to fight with Lionel as their general. They had tasted the ease of victory, the thrill of fighting without the worry of death. It was exhilarating. The ancestors thought that their appearance would dampen the spirits of the army they were facing considerably. But what they found instead was a pair of 60 million burning eyes, each one looking as though they would tear even them apart had Lionel not given the command yet. It was shocking. They knew that the Moralis would have high morale, but how could it possibly be this high? Their plan was always to dampen it, but it seemed that the Moralis had acted far swifter than they had expected. And it all seemed to be due to this young man they had watched systematically dismantle their young geniuses one by one. Lionel, Simona finally roared, unable to take the silence any longer. Her violet puppy had grown and barked with a raging moment, but it was still far too small to be intimidating. Even so, sensing Simona's fury, it too lashed out. Lionel finally looked up as though he had finally begun focusing on the situation. HM? Oh, hello Simona, how have you been? Simona had always been a beauty with an ice-cold disposition, but when she heard these words, she nearly exploded. She grit her teeth hard as her puppy growled. Simona's mother raised a hand, calling for her daughter to take a breath. This was no longer Lionel Moralis, and her daughter didn't seem to have noticed this yet. Patriarch Moralis, this action of the Moralis is indeed a bit inappropriate. The pious family never has any intentions of taking action along with the other families. If you continue to press, we'll have no choice but to retaliate in full force. Oh, the Moralis army roared, slamming the butts of their spears into the ground. Their cries resonated and echoed, drowning out the threat in matriarch pious words as though she had never spoken at all. Ro Velbinel raised a hand, and the roar came to an abrupt stop like a taut string cut cleanly right at its most tense point. The matriarch's pupils constricted, but she said nothing, waiting for Lionel's response. "If you don't want me to attack, it's quite simple, don't you think?" Lionel asked with a smile. "Hand over your world spirit and subordinate yourselves to the Moralis, and you won't have to fight any battles today." Simona's temper threatened to flare again, but her mother continued to speak calmly. "Is it a tactic of the Moralis to try and humiliate their enemies? That's unbecoming of a warrior." "Humiliate?" Lionel blinked in confusion. "I was only telling you what you could do to avoid battle." Matriarch Pius fell into silence for a long while before she spoke again. "I see now how the Moralis treat their allies. Why would I place my family's fate in your hands? Prepare for battle." This time, it was Lionel who laughed, and uproariously at that. "So you want to use this line of reasoning? In that case, I will make something as clear as possible. Your daughter has never been my ally. She lost that right the moment she chose her life and death over being so. Don't think I forgot that Simona Pius escaped the air wars the moment the Omen family starship appeared. You speak of the fate of your family as my ally, but why should I care for allies who vanish the moment the situation shows signs of going poorly?" Simona's expression turned a blazing shade of red as her rage boiled over. Was she supposed to risk her life against a ship that could take an ancestor's life in an instant for a mere air war? "But, truth be told, I don't care about this matter." Lionel's smile grew brighter. "The air wars was a child's game to me. I never took it seriously, and none of your so-called geniuses ever stood a chance against me, because even most of your ancestors wouldn't. The real reason I choose to treat you as enemies and not as allies is because I don't have a fetish for being stabbed in the back. If today I left here, your pious family would wait on the sidelines, biding your time. You would face some pressure here and there as both sides tried to force you to choose a side, but you would ultimately resist. And then, when the time came, your true leader, the Godlin family matriarch Pius, eyes widened, would take action at the most opportune moment, and I'd be caught with my pants around my ankles now, wouldn't I?" Lionel grinned. "So, how about we skip all of that? And I crush you now?" Matriarch Pius took a haggard breath, her calm mask slipping somewhat. "I think that you've misunderstood something here. You aren't as clever as you think you are." "Oh, is that so?" Lionel's smile faded, and the air solidified. The Moralis began to slam their spears butts onto the ground once more, the roar of their spear force spiraling into the air. High in the skies, the constellation of the Pius family seemed to flicker in and out of existence, a pressure weakening it considerably. "Then, let me not mince my words so that we won't have any more misunderstandings," Lionel said lightly. "No family, no organization, no powerhouse that sat by and watched as the human domain was attacked and did nothing but sit on their hands will be considered an ally of mine." Lionel's voice rumbled. "Attack!" Chapter 2282. Published at 30th of October, 2023, 1:13 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 2282. Landed if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2282 landed the Moralis army, charge forward, not showing the slightest hint of fear toward the lineup of ancestors. With a rush, a barrier formed over the palace. However, the army seemed prepared. They closed the distance to just 50 meters and then came to a controlled stop. 3 groups of troops felt their bodies tremble as 3 large translucent shields appeared in the skies. They resonated with a clear power and prepared a perfect defense even before the cannons of the Pius family cannons took shape and fired. Lionel wasn't surprised by this. He only needed 1 army for 10 of the constellation families because he had insider information. He knew about all of their formations, where they were located, and a general idea of what their weaknesses might be. against the Quarius and Paiu families, though he had no such information and was forced to compensate with larger numbers. However, larger was only relative. Charging into a constellation family's territory with just 60 million troops was like trying to eat an elephant to death with just a handful of ants. But that was Lionel's confidence. The formation had only appeared for an instant, and the shields of the army had only been bombarded a single time, but Lionel's gaze had already flickered. He raised up a hand, and another 3 troops trembled as their armors began to echo with a pulsing energy. Lionel aligned his arms as though he was holding an invisible bow, even as 3 large bows appeared in the skies. However, this wasn't the function of the armors. Rather, a large gathering of spear force took shape and settled into the bows. Lionel's body pulsed with a light as a blinding golden wave came from his eyes. The 3 weak points shone to him like the stars in the sky, his heart thrumming with life and power as he released his fingers through the air. Shoo! 3 spears streaked across the skies, too fast to stop. At first, the ancestors of the pious family thought it to be a worthless endeavor to even try. That was what their formations were here for. They would crush Lionel from here. While they felt that they could fight this army on their own, they were wary of the starships in the skies. They could sense the danger locking onto them with every step. At the same time, the armies that Lionel was sliced through like butter were recovering. Soon, Lionel would find himself pincered from the front and back, and by then, victory would only be a matter of time. However, V-/L-B-I-N crack. The first spear landed, and the formation cracked. The second spear landed, and it shattered. The third spear landed, and the foundation of the palace was crushed, the quaking of the very core of the pious family territory being disrupted. There, Lionel thought calmly. The most difficult part about any of these incursions was finding the Holy Land. These were regions that seemed to be hidden away in a slice of space, and they were even capable of hiding from Lionel. However, there was a method he had found with some ease. Any formation built into the palace would also be among the strongest that the family could create. In order to do so, the process of building the formation would have to be incorporated into the building plans of the palace itself. By the same token, the Holy Land was most likely hidden in this region as well, stored in the absolute safest place, the core of the family. When one was disrupted, flaws would appear in them all for an instant, flaws that couldn't escape Lionel's senses at all. And when he found that flaw, he would take action. Lionel took a step forward, a squadron of 10 following him close in lockstep. Their movements were in sync, their faces and bodies hidden beneath dark black armor. With a single intention, their force pooled together and began to swirl around Lionel like a whirlpool of water. Lionel grasped at the air, and his black rod appeared in his hands. He took another step and vanished from the center of the army, along with his squadron of 10. He appeared in the midst of the ancestors to their shock, his spear sweeping out. A feeling of danger touched their hearts, and a cold breeze sliced across their necks. They rushed backward, their hands subconsciously reaching up to their throats. Lionel used the opening to step into the palace, and smashed his foot down once. The whirlpool of force around him roared and covered his leg in a tornado of energy. That single slam caused cracks to spread out in all directions, a sinkhole appearing right at the core of the most prestigious location of the pious family home. A sinkhole right to their holy land. Matriarch Pious' eyes widened. She had retreated with her daughter the instant the battle began, the both of them still being in the 7th dimension and unable to make any large changes. But that didn't stop her from calling out. Stop! It was too late. Lionel reached out with a hand, and a violent suction force formed from the arm little Tolly coated. With a rush, the world spirit of the Pious family was crushed in his palm. The Moralis roared as the Pious felt a pressure on their bodies that could only come from suppression. It was clear that victory was theirs, but Lionel was focused on the hole below. It practically looked like it led to another world, and from within it, he could feel an overwhelming strength heading right for him. Lionel leapt backward, his squadron moving in unison with him. As he did so, he just barely managed to dodge out of the way of a coming strike so powerful that it tore apart the world. Space tried to stitch itself back together, but it took a great deal of effort. An old man with a grizzled beard that reached down to his belly button appeared in its place. Robes of purple and green hanging loosely from his shoulders and revealing the equally grayed hairs on his chest. His eyes flashed, and they landed on Lionel. Chapter 2283. Published at 1st of November, 2023. 1:18 and 53 seconds p.m. Chapter 2283. Cold, as ice if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 2283. Cold, as ice Lionel's gaze remained placid. But when he looked down his chest, he found a thin line of red had formed. It was trying to eat him alive from the inside out, and if not for his powerful vitality, he would have already died from the small nick. His vital star force surged, and he was surprised to find that the aching feeling only slowed somewhat. This old man was powerful. Unlike the other overlords Lionel had seen, this old man didn't seem to have a foot in the grave. Judging by the world spirit, it wasn't being used to sustain his life force either. This was either because this old man had only just become an overlord, or he was an elite even among overlords. In fact, saying that he was elite probably didn't do him justice. There was something else going on here that was going over his head. If not for Tolliver, he had a feeling that snatching anything from this man would never be so easy. The old man stroked his beard, seemingly surprised that Lionel had dodged, or so it seemed. It was hard to tell what his actual expression was, as it was somehow both flat and yet cheery. He didn't look like he had just lost something important at all, but that didn't make sense either. Like father, like son, it seems, the old man spoke after a while. Both doing stupid things that their elders have warned them against. Oh. V-/E/L-B/1, and Lionel attacked. His spear's tip trembled, and an upswell of spear force seemed to coalesce from the surrounding air. His body shifted, and his Tier 1 divine armor took shape. It clicked into place one by one, its pieces looking as though they had been pulled out from the void of space and glued to his body under a mysterious spectral force. Lionel's halo shifted from the top of his head to the back. Then, its inner space flickered, forming a swirling portal of rainbow that eventually solidified into a glorious tree that seemed to uphold the very skies themselves. The armor could only be described as gorgeous. Leaf-like vein patterns of black, gold, and white covered it, crystals forming 25% of it, and a dense black, obsidian-like metal forming the remaining 75%. This time, when Lionel changed his spear from the black rod to a spear that looked wreathed in vines of gold and silver, its aura didn't seem to drop at all. In fact, he only grew stronger. The old man's eyes narrowed as he leaned back a step, piercing out with two fingers flickering with a foggy green and purple energy. However, as soon as this force appeared was as soon as it was dispersed under a powerful suppression. Little Tolly filled the gaps in Lionel's armor, running through the veins of black, gold, and white as though calling those places home. Vital star force erupted from Lionel, and the life force in the region roared to life, suppressing everything that had the scent of death. Except himself. The old man's pupils constricted, but it was too late. Lionel's spear gathered the strength from his squadron and shredded the old man's fingers apart, then his wrist, and then his forearm. The old man almost lost his entire arm and just barely managed to dodge back in time. Blood dripped from the stump of his elbow, his smiling expression having vanished, but Lionel hadn't come to a stop at all. The old man seemed to stop taking things casually, and a sickle with a curve like a crescent move appeared in his one good armor. His chest hair seemed to stand on end, his robes fluttering more like silk bathrobes than formal robes a senior of his stature should wear. The scent of death permeated the air, and this time, Lionel couldn't suppress it nearly as easily. However, Lionel's bloodlines thrummed. He could feel the roar of the golden tiger, and pulses of white and gold erupted from his body, his armor becoming a cross of beast furs and metal that carried the elegant bearing of a beast god. The old man had never seen an armor morph so much and so fluidly. He had seen Lionel's life-grade armor before, but it had never been on this level, and the suppression of this strength. Little Tolly pulsed, and Lionel seemed to grow an entire foot, his armor following with him. The halo to the back of his head followed suit, and the tree upholding the skies grew more prominent as Lionel's 10 stars appeared to his back. Darkness descended and light bolstered, playing off of one another. They supplemented and played like the moon and sun sharing the same sky. If everything was bright, then nothing was bright. If everything was dark, nothing was dark. Together they cared for another, forming the shadows and the light. That was the natural light realm. Lionel's void star force and scarlet star force spun around one another, his star fusion, entering combustion in a single bound as his energy erupted to another level. His spear blade met the sickle, and the wrist of the old man trembled and then broke. Following suit, the sickle shattered as he attempted to solidify his arm with force. And then soon afterward, he lost yet another arm. Matriarch Pious' eyes opened wide. Of all those here, only she knew who this old man was, and that was only because of her husband. Never did she think that she would see such a sight. Armless, kneeling on the ground, bleeding out rivers of blood, the old man chuckled as Lionel descended from the skies. The only sight of Lionel's expression was the cold gaze behind his visor. It was clear he planned to kill this man on sight. How nostalgic. He'll remember this just as I remembered the last time. A mysterious strength caused the planet to rumble, and then the old man, Matriarch Pious, and Simona vanished as Lionel descended. Bang! A fissure blew clean through the palace, splitting Pious City in two. Lionel landed on the ground, his divine armor slowly fading and his expression cold as ice. Chapter 2284. Published at 1st of November, 2023, 1:18 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 2284. Lionel Morales. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2284. Lionel Morales. Lionel looked toward the pious ancestor indifferently, but they were just as confused as everyone else was. His gaze changed focus, and he looked down toward the holy land of the pious family, but he knew that it was a waste of his time. If they left so abruptly, so much, so that even he couldn't quite figure out immediately how they had, then there was no doubt in his mind that there was nothing of use left. They wouldn't be that foolish. He didn't feel any sort of satisfaction. He would have felt much better if that old man had just died, but next time they met, he would know to watch his mouth. Not that it would matter much next time they met. He'd have the man's head on a pike. Just because he had controlled his rage didn't mean that it wasn't still there. That man's words were clearly meant to taunt, and taunting an enraged Lionel was the last thing a person should do. As for who that old man was, it was impossible to tell with the information he had. Even his talks about the Godland family stabbing him in the back was nothing more than posturing. He had no idea what the Godland family was or what their plans were. He was only just well aware that they were far more powerful than they let on. He was far too sharp to be fooled by their acting, or what they thought was acting. The youths they had sent to the air wars were far too arrogant to be from a six-dimensional family, and their lineage factor had far more potential than they were letting on. This, and the fact that Simona had abandoned Aina and his brothers in their time of greatest need, was enough for him to act against the pious family. He wouldn't blame her for her actions, at least not to the point of punishing her for them, but he also wouldn't continue to treat her like some great ally. Wasn't that a joke? What had the pious family done for him in the air wars? If a percentage were to be given, it wouldn't even be one. Lionel slowly walked from the palace, his squadron following him. Then he raised his spear. The Morales army roared with victory, and the pious constellation seemed to almost flicker entirely out of existence. It would take some time before all 12 territories were truly Morales. But every day that passed, every second even, and along with every new territory they conquered, the more furious that momentum became. Soon, the entirety would be their territory, and no one in the human domain would be able to stop them. Bang! Matriarch Pius watched in silence as the old man kicked at a mountain furiously, causing it to crumble practically to ash. It was just a false mountain, one created by the hands of man, but it was just as large and sturdy as a real mountain. It was just unfortunate that it had caused the ambience of this peaceful garden to crumble. It was even worse that the old man seemed to have done it with a smile on his face. The old man exhaled as though he felt better and shook out his stumpy arms. Find me something that can heal my arms, quickly. I can't walk around like a muppet. Are you really all right, Mauve? Matriarch Pius asked. Don't question me in front of the child, woman. You'll ruin my prestige. I think you've done plenty of that on your own. The old man looked over. You're lucky that you're Mendel's woman. I think we both know it has nothing to do with luck, and also I am not his woman. I am his wife. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Mauve said casually. Not all of us need to lie to ourselves to be at peace. There's no lying about it. I told the dumbass Velasco that he would die if he continued on his path. And did he not? I told his father before him too. And didn't he also die? Now his grandson and his son will follow the same path. I might kill him myself if he crosses me again. If you are well aware that you can't kill someone so important, Matriarch Pius said lightly. As for whether or not he'll kill you, because you can't control your tongue, well, that would be another matter entirely. Mauve didn't say anything. Also, you know well that the reason Velasco didn't listen to you is because you wanted him to spare the man responsible for his father's death. His father wouldn't have died at all had he just listened to me, Mauve said with finally a bit of bite in his voice. I have a feeling that these brats, these young men, as you so like to call them, might be far more insightful than you are. Every word out of your mouth is just yet another lie. And OVLB and Mauve fell into silence again. Neither of them seemed eager to talk, actually, and it seemed that everything would come to a conclusion like this. But then, Mauve actually parted his lips once more. The human race needs some who are willing to make a sacrifice. It can't be the weak. It has to be a sacrifice from the strong, and not just the strong, but the strongest of the strong. If they aren't willing, if they insist on being selfish, if they are so wrapped in their own designs, their own rage, their own grief, then we have no chance. The human race will be wiped out from the whole of existence. Matriarch Pius didn't respond. The news of the collapse of the 12 constellation families, or rather the robbery of their world spirits, and the claiming of their territory by the Morales spread like wildfire. Though, this wasn't until weeks later, when messengers finally managed to get free of Lionel's suppressions, but by then, Lionel had already prepared the Morales for the next wave. In a certain HQ, though, a familiar cross elder, Avon, received the news. He sat in silence for a long time before he suddenly exploded to his feet. Grabbing his indestructible desk, he roared and ripped it from the floor, launching it out of the glass window to his back. He furiously bellowed, Lionel Morales. Chapter 2285. Published at 1st of November, 2023, 1:18 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 2285. Cross Elders. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2285. Cross Elders. Cross Elder. Avon was absolutely furious. He remembered when he first met Lionel. He could have crushed that little shit immediately. Daring to steal the property of Shield Cross Stars, and such an important property at that, was unforgivable. To make matters worse, he had actually been a fugitive for so long. He deserved nothing but death. What others didn't know was that Shield Cross Stars had been targeting Lionel ever since he exited the Camelot Zone. The failure to claim that zone for them was an unacceptable loss, and it was felt that the best way to gain the benefits they wanted was through Lionel. Unfortunately, there was only so much that they could do while maintaining the same level of caution. He had wanted to throw it to the winds, But he wasn't the only one making decisions. There were several other Cross Elders, each with their own factions and their own thoughts on the matter. And now look what happened. He had wanted to launch a full assault on Earth the instant Emperor Fox had thrown him out of their territory. But he had gotten word from above that it was unsafe. He had wanted to strike to kill during the air wars, but he once again received word that it was ill-advised. He wanted to send a lone ancestor to ensure that Lionel would die during the human domain invasion, and yet he was once again rebuffed. And now what? He was standing here, more than half of the most powerful forces of the human domain effectively crippled and fallen under the power of the Morales, who were already gathering far too much power, and it was already far too late to take any sort of easy but drastic action. Lionel had somehow already gained the ability to protect himself from ancestors, even setting aside his armies. There were those modified starships, and even setting aside those modified starships, there were still the reports that over a dozen ancestors had died in battle. And yet there was no use that Lionel had made use of them yet. The sight of Lionel resurrecting ancestors of the foreign races and then slaughtering over 50 ancestors under his own power was something that was burned into Cross Elder Avon's psyche. Now, Lionel had even more ancestors than he had back then, and they were a trump card in his back pocket that he could use at any time. This news was as bad as it could be, or so it seemed, because what came afterward was even worse than that. This news was delayed by several weeks at that. Lionel had immediately used the conquering of the world spirits to restrict information moving in and out of the 12 territories. Although he wouldn't be able to use the full strength of those territories anytime soon, this required almost no strain at all. If information wanted to get out, it had no choice but to move through more normal channels. And how long would that take? How vast was the human domain? How many families were there? How many would fear what it would mean to betray Lionel by leaking this information? And these families who were cut off from the outside world as well. How could they know that they weren't the only ones to suffer at Lionel's hands? For all they knew, they were the only ones to suffer, and sending this news out would do nothing more than expose the fact that they had lost their world spirits, making them vulnerable as a whole. Ironically, then, those families actually helped Lionel keep a lid on his escapades for fear of what it would do to them until they confirmed that other families had suffered the same fate. No, not just until this, but until they understood that enough had suffered the same fate that it wouldn't be easy to target them all at once. It was only then that they allowed the information to flow smoothly, and it finally reached the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross Stars. And that was precisely what set Cross Elder Avon off. N-/OVLB in each one of these territories had S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross Stars branches within, but these powerful families didn't trust those branches as far as their youth could throw them. They were restricted to the outskirts, and Lionel had passed right through most of them without even attacking. However, the same wasn't true on the way back. Lionel left most of the outskirts of these territories unscathed. He used the expertise of the geniuses he had snatched to learn of the structure of their outposts and make it past them without any warning at all, and then he directly attacked their capital cities without any warning. But he didn't do the same for S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross Stars. It was like he was provoking them, like he was spitting in their faces. He unceremoniously slaughtered them all, or so Cross Elder Avon's thought. All he knew was that aside from strips of blood and flesh, their branches were deserted of people, strangled, and practically wiped from existence. He didn't respect them at all. He slapped each one of their faces, and it was practically like he was taking a piss over their walls. Cross Elder Avon's infuriated roar echoed through the capital of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross Stars, and it was like a call that brought all of the Cross Elders together at once. Some young, some old, they rushed into Cross Elder Avon's ravaged office as his eyes spit with flames. Literally. Cross Elders, men and women alike, looked around. Some sneered, some were somber, some found the situation amusing, and some were serious. It was clear by this meeting that the numbers given to the public for the number of Cross Elders was nothing more than a lie. In this room alone, more than 3 dozen had gathered, many of whom not a single soul in the human domain would recognize. Do you see what you've all done? Do you see what you all have allowed? Cross Elder Avon barked, the temperature in the surroundings skyrocketing. Chapter 2286. Published at 2nd of November, 2023, 12:42 and 21 seconds, p.m. Chapter 2286. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2286. Arrogance. There was a slight silence as the roar brewed, until a man with a particularly chilly disposition chuckled. This man was the overlord of the Sith family. This wasn't a well-known face in the human domain, but this wasn't because he was unknown like the others. Rather, it was because he was the greatest assassin in the human domain. What assassin worth his salt would allow the world to know his face? The Sith family led the assassination units of Shield Cross Stars. Lionel had met one of them before in Ronin, a man of the Void Palace that Lionel had once bought information from. He had also tried to stop Lionel and Aina from leaving the Void Palace when DiVincenzo had appeared, but Ronin was far more the man here. Overlord Sith was like a touch of darkness and a slice of ice. His clothing was a dense black, his skin a pale white. His hair was even darker than his robes, and his eyes were a piercing ice blue. Those that knew him realized that although his eyes could be said to be the only beautiful part of him, he absolutely hated them. They made his ability to be stealthy even more difficult than the whites of his eyes. But this was also why he was known as the Blind Sith, the visionless assassin. The number of deaths he had on his tally was enormous, and they included even experts of the other domains. Laugh again, Sith, and he'll slice out that tongue. Please do, Overlord Sith said with another laugh. It would be my pleasure to become a sightless and soundless assassin. I wonder if I would reach the true pinnacle of my path once I have done so. Many felt a shudder down their spines when he said this, but Avon only grew more infuriated and truly seemed as though he was about to attack. He had two others here who were the only ones that didn't fear this man. But whether it was by ability or by ignorance, it was hard to tell. The other two were Overlord Vega and Overlord Lela, both women, both middle-aged, and both beautiful, the latter with radiant blue hair much like a certain Vega, sharing more than just a similar name, and the other had shimmering black. There were 4 factions of Shield Cross Stars. The commanding faction, led by Cross Elder Avon, the Dark faction, led by Cross Elder Sith, the Logistical faction, led by Cross Elder Lela, and the Shield faction, led by Overlord Vega. The commanding faction dealt with everything in the daylight. They were the ones that handled much of the politics. This sounded ridiculous, especially considering their leader was also the one with the worst temper. But leaders of these various factions weren't based on merit. They were hereditary, and if one wanted to take it from Cross Elder Avonwell, you'd have to step over his dead body. The Dark faction spoke for itself. They worked in the shadows, and to the public, they dealt with the enemies that normal armies couldn't deal with. If the commanding faction was the broadsword, they were the change weapon, the small dagger pulled out in a pinch. In reality, though, their work was likely far more sinister than this, and they were responsible for the largest and most in-depth information network in the whole of the human domain. No, it was more accurate to say that they had spread even beyond the human domain. As for how deep they had gone, it was likely that Overlord Sith was the only one who had the knowledge to explain this. The Logistical faction did as its name suggested, much like the other two. They were the cleanup crew that acted after the commanding and Dark faction had finished up their work, and they also had the largest collection of healers and the strongest of this kind in the whole of the human domain. Healers weren't exactly a profession like crafters or force pill crafters, but they could be. Some were true professionals and studied much like doctors did, but others simply had powerful ability indexes that didn't require such effort. The best of them had a combination of both. A point of interest was that the Vierer family, led by their young genius who had once had a great deal of conflict with both Lionel and especially Aina for taking her spot on the rankings, had recently joined their ranks. The Shield faction was more complicated than the others. Even many of the upper echelon of Shield Cross Stars didn't understand exactly what they did, but those here most definitely did. What could be said was that they both had the weakest authority of those present, and, at times, had authority surpassing even that of the commanding faction. As for their leader, Overlord Vega, she was the quietest of them all. Of the more than 36 cross-elders here, they were quite evenly distributed amongst the factions, except for the Shield faction, which both had the largest variety and the largest number of them. That's enough, Overlord Lela said lightly. I still stand by our earlier decisions. The child also hasn't done anything significant, and definitely nothing that relies on himself solely. The main power behind everything is the Morales family, and so long as they are dealt with, the child is still not a problem. Your demeanor is unbecoming of the head of the commanding faction. Speak to me like that again, woman, and see if I don't rip your head off. Avin snarled. I'm not worried about a child, but it's been 3 generations now, 3 generations of you all saying the same things. The second was already far better than the first, and cost us countless losses, and now the third feels even more powerful than the second was, on top of the fact all monitoring attempts on the once unproblematic uncle has now failed as well. Do you still think that we have control? Your arrogance will be your death. Avin spoke in a low roar. Chapter 2287. Published at 2nd of November, 2023, 12:42 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 2287. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2287. Overlord Vega Ray. Silence fell, but Avin could tell with a single glance that none of these people had taken anything he had said seriously. And yet, instead of becoming more enraged, his lip curled into a sneer, a reaction that caught them off guard. They showed much more of a reaction to this than they had to anything else. King is dead. The words hung in the air, and then suddenly rushed through them all at once. What? Overlord Lela asked with a frown. Did I stutter, dumb woman? King is dead. Explain, Lela said coldly. I was contacted a week ago with this information. And why are you only telling us about this now? Because I both wanted to see your stupid faces and understand what the fallout of that matter is. Also, in case you've forgotten, the head of the commanding faction is me, not you. When I'm contacted with information, it's up to me how it's divulged. How did he die? Overlord Vega, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly asked. Avin was surprisingly straightforward this time, without any fanfare. Velasco killed him. What? Oh, now you all understand that I'm not just chatting horseshit? I told you all to take this matter seriously, and you refused it time and time again. I've not been fooled. The reason you all drag your feet is because you feared him, and maybe you were right too. But now his brother is nowhere to be seen, and his son is rampaging across the human domain as the time approaches, and you're still dragging your feet. What? Are you going to wait until he's as strong as his father before you act? Avin had a sneer of satisfaction intertwined with his words. He looked like he was on a high horse despite the fact this problem was one that was on his plate as well. The cult is actually so useless, Overlord Sith said coldly. Oh, is it the cult's fault now? What happened to the mighty assassin? Aren't you in love with a challenge? What better challenge would there have been for you, if not that one? Overlord Sith remained silent, but the coldness in his blue gaze deepened as though he might lunge forward and attack Avin right this moment. But Avin only greeted the stare, hoping that the Sith really would attack. He had still not finished venting his wrath. We were placed here to monitor Earth, to gather its resources before they could be made use of by others, and help the great families to stabilize their position and minimize the variables. We failed on all accounts. Emperor Fox grew powerful on our watch. The greatest treasures of Earth are only partially under our control, and now the lineage factor of the Fox is flourishing once again. Avin's brows jumped as he was not the one to speak. It was Overlord Vega, and hearing such words, he couldn't help but become serious. The situation was going well, mostly so in the last 30 years. Over 95% of the greatest benefits that could be gained from Earth had fallen into the hands of the great families, and there was nothing the Fox could do. But then, just 2 years ago, everything changed instantly. The established powers of the great families were eradicated to their last man. The territory of the Ascension Empire expanded wildly and without check. All of the branches of Shield Cross stars, prepared and ready for the worst-case scenario, were eradicated. Then, their borders were stabilized so quickly that future infiltration was deemed nigh impossible. "Do you know what happened 2 years ago?" Overlord Vega asked lightly. Lionel Morales somehow reversed the schemes of the cult and returned from the vast bubble. A silence fell once more, and this time, Avon could sense the seriousness in their expressions, a seriousness they had never given him. In those years, Velasco was occupied by the court, the Fox were restricted by his bindings, and there was no war. There was only a systematic dismantling of everything that was left of our enemies. A single young boy reversed it all, and the sacrifice the cult had made was almost rendered all but useless. It wasn't useless. Most of Earth's resources were taken. Overlord Vega gave Avon a glance, and he suddenly felt like his throat was gripped, but his usual temper didn't allow him to back down, and he met the woman's stare. As good as those resources were, they're nothing compared to what is being gathered now. This version of Earth, the one on the verge of the 8th dimension, contains the most valuable of the loot. Lionel Morales has already entered one, and he returned far stronger than should be possible for a 7th-dimensional existence of this world. Avon fell into silence. This is not a matter that can be taken lightly. I'm never like the cult. Their views don't align with our own, and the direction they want to take the human race is abhorrent. However, they, just like the rest of us, understand that these incomplete worlds are our final chance, and nothing can be allowed to go wrong. The existence of Fox in this world has opened us up to a great deal of variables, and each one seems more dangerous than the last. The cult's presence in this world has been ground to almost nothing, and those of the Dream Pavilion have yet to make their presences known. From this moment forth, I will be taking command of Shield Cross stars, and our next movements will be decided by me. All commanding rights will likewise be handed over, and the full cooperation of the faction leaders will be expected and required. Vega tapped the emblem on her lapel, and the shield began to glow. The kilted skirt of the organization fluttered, and the metal shin guards beneath shone. The overlords felt a flash of anger when they sensed what was happening, but soon an illusory chain constricted their hearts and their movements. Shield Cross Stars was now fully under Vega's control. Chapter 2288, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:57 and 1 second a.m., Chapter 2288. Wait here if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2288. Wait. Here Lionel sat, in silent meditation. His expression didn't carry any hints of happiness, just focus. He had done nothing in these last several weeks other than meditate on his vital star force. He gave it all the attention he had, or at least this version of him had. When he returned home triumphant, the Morales elders had nothing more to say. To use 120 million soldiers to conquer just one world spirit of a constellation family was shocking enough. Such a number was too far from the number of elites that were present in just one of these families. And yet, Lionel had used that number to take on 12. If the status quo remained like this, in a year, the territory of the Morales would grow by more than 10 times, and there would be almost nowhere in the human domain that they couldn't go without having the advantage of suppression on their side. It was a realization that made them realize just what Lionel meant by saying that they were at an undeniable advantage. But maybe the most shocking part of all of this was that they hadn't lost a single person. Some had died, but they had been revived just as easily. The Morales had essentially given up nothing but a sputteringly small amount of resources in exchange for the most valuable treasure of each and every family. So, when Lionel gave them their next set of orders, they responded to them with sharp precision. When the third week came to an end, everything was prepared, and Lionel slowly opened his eyes. As he did, the sight of himself reflected in his irises. N-O-V-E-L-B-I. And he didn't seem to be surprised by this, and why would he be? He simply touched his own hand, and the two of them became one. All of the insights he had made into vital star force came together as well, but unfortunately it still wasn't enough for a breakthrough. But he had expected this as well. He took a step out of his meditation room and found his squadron of 10 waiting for him. But these 10 weren't just any 10. He knew them all too well. Joel, Arnold, James, Milan, Raj, Franco, Drake, Alan, Gil, and the latest addition, Raylion. These 10 hadn't participated in many battles, and he had purposely had them hold back during the air wars, as he never had intention of going all out for that battle. Since then, they had only grown ever stronger. They had benefited greatly from the rewards Lionel had gotten for winning the air wars. Each and every single one of them was already in Tier 9 of the 7th dimension, but this was also because they had entered the 6th dimension using the conventional path. Progressing for them was as easy as absorbing more resources. What was difficult was making it so that they could absorb more resources for the same increase in benefits. This required changing their very foundations, something that was far easier than it should have been, now that they had died before. When Lionel had resurrected Armand and the others of the Constellation families using Breathe, he had done so within or instead of the silver tablet. That was more of an experiment than anything, a successful one at that. What he had been testing was how much he could improve someone's talent through the use of his lineage factor. The result was beyond his expectations because it was far easier than it should have been. In Lionel's views, this only proved one of two things. Either the Fox family lineage factor was just that powerful, or the people of this incomplete world were simply that weak. In reality, it was a combination of both. But at the same time, it was also in great thanks to Tolliver. When it came to Armand and the Blood Diamond, or Lionel had just chosen something that was close enough and tested it out. However, when it came to his brothers, not only did he pick out such ores, but he used little Tali's abilities to fuse them together, forming them into new ores that perfectly matched their paths. Little Tali could only create 6-dimensional ores, but Lionel had realized after meeting Elryan that dimension was next to irrelevant. In fact, it probably would have been better the lower their dimension was. It would only make it easier to reforge their foundations. The stronger his crafting became, the more perfect the ores he would be able to forge with little Tali, and the stronger he could make his brothers. So long as they were willing to experience death and trust him with their souls, he could take them as far as he could go. And now, while each one wasn't yet as strong as junior ancestors, together with their armor, they could kill as many came their way. Once they settled in with their new talent and their force manipulation caught up, even junior ancestors wouldn't be a match for them. And with him leading them, even ancestors weren't their match. "Let's go," Lionel said lightly. They all vanished at once, and when they appeared outside the segmented cube, they found a sky filled with starships. It wasn't just one or two. It wasn't even just a few dozen. There were hundreds. In the whole of the human domain, even in the whole of the dimensional verse, the number of ancestors didn't greatly surpass this number. And yet, just one of these starships could take out an army of them on their own. Overlord Morales appeared by Lionel's side. No one knew who this old man was, and he even looked like Lionel's advisor to most. No one would guess that this man was one of the strongest of the Morales family. "Are you certain? Why risk the lives of the most valuable Morales?" Lionel asked. "At this point, I think it's fairly certain that the most valuable Morales is you." "I don't think you mean that," Lionel said with a smile. "You're too clever for your own good, child." Lionel's lip curled. Wait here for news of victory. Chapter 2289. Published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 58 seconds a.m., Chapter 2289. Root if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2289. Lionel stepped onto the head starship, his focus trained and his gaze sharp. He didn't rush this time, nor did he hide his movements. This time, they would be cautious, they would be ready. Trying to sneak around would have the opposite effect. It would dull the momentum of his army and scatter them unnecessarily. No, this time they would be bold, direct, vicious, and swift. The scouts that the various families had placed around the territory of the Morales noticed the movement instantly and made their reports one after another. The entire human domain seemed to be lit on fire. Many had speculated about what the Morales would do. Even some smart strategists thought that it would be best if they took their time, waiting for the constellation families to bleed out, so to speak. The closer the Morales came to those territories truly being theirs, the less chance the rest of the human domain would have in dealing with them. At the same time, they were the most powerful within their own territory, especially now that they had formed their own constellation. But how could they know? The news of the Morales victories had only just disseminated to the public. But to Lionel, it had been a foregone conclusion for weeks already. And in these weeks, he had done nothing but prepare. All the while, the first target was already decided. The Seward family would crumble today. The Seward family, a family standing at the peak of the human domain, unsurprisingly had a long and storied history. Their mastery over the sword had begun long before the sword domain ring landed in their possession, but had only gotten stronger since then. What was surprising, though, was that the Seward family had once been a collection of Buddhist temples. The Seward Temple, the Sina Temple, and the Suave Temple. Most who would learn of this history would find it to be ridiculous. Buddhist monks practiced in the art of killing? And what of their secondary lineage factor? One that seemed steeped in the aura of demons and devils? What about them could be related to Buddhism, and what had happened since then for them to be in this situation now? To the Seward family, though, these things were just a matter of course. They were Buddhists who focused on the art of severing, to reach nirvana and escape suffering through severing all things that weighed down their lives. This was the way of the Seward, Sina, and Suave families. It was hard to say how many of these teachings remained, but what was more curious than that was how the Seward family evolved to their current state from where they had begun. The God path was an interesting one, but the Seward family had once had their own path, only to conform to the ways of the rest of the human domain. Was this by coincidence, or were there other reasons? Maybe only the ancestors of the Seward family would understand why it was that they had abandoned the path of their own. Or maybe that history would be buried on this very day. Ishmael, your grandson is as annoying as you were, an old man muttered. This old man was Amory's grandfather, and he seemed far too unworried for a man whose grandson was still very much missing. Maybe he was well aware that Amory was still alive, but even so, this sort of nonchalantness wasn't what one would expect from a situation like this one, especially since news of the Morales charge had already reached him. By now, the families knew that Lionel had used their geniuses to pry into all of their secrets. No amount of willpower would save Amory from the fate of having his thoughts and memories read like an open book. Amory wasn't just a normal genius. He was the future of their family, the hope that they had placed everything in. There wasn't any part of the Seward family that he didn't have perfect information for. He even knew quite a great deal about the spiritual religion, too. There was nothing that the Seward family could do in a short time that would change the situation. Any tricks or trump cards they had were useless. There was no point in trying to hide them, and it was impossible to come up with anything even remotely as good or effective even given 10 years, let alone the few hours they had. However, even now, Max Seward reclined in his rocking chair in the tallest tower of the Seward family palace. He looked out over the approaching starships, his gaze unreadable. A young man met his gaze. He had translucent, pale violet, short-cut hair. His demeanor was quite sharp, yet subdued. His gaze, though, seemed to hide the tip of a spear, a blade capable of piercing through all things. Same annoying gaze, too. Max shook his head. The brat had actually picked him out already. Out of all the other things he could have been focused on, he was focused on this one in particular. He didn't know whether to be flattered or annoyed. N-O-V-E-L-B-I. Max stood from his rocking chair slowly. His eyes were as black as night, and his robes looked like they were knitted of thick, off-white thread. His feet were bare, and he looked completely unadorned. There was no spatial device, no sword, not even a belt for his waist. He didn't look like he was heading out for a fight. and rather looked like he was going to bed. And yet, when he seemed to still be taking his first step, he had already appeared before the starship. The lasers fired the moment his foot raised, but it had already passed them by as a searing hole was torn through the Suyard family palace. A flame sparked, and Max's rocking chair was lit ablaze along with the rest of his room. "That was rude, young man. Is this how you treat your elders?" Chapter 2290, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 55 seconds a.m., Chapter 2290. I see if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2290. I see Lionel looked toward this elder before him without much of a reaction. However, the calmness of his expression had nothing to do with how alert he was. The starship had never failed up until this point, at least not in such close proximity, or what would be considered relative close proximity. Even L. Ryan hadn't managed to dodge it. Though, granted, not only was the Pluto not harmed to the point of lethality, but he was also far closer to the strike. Even so, the feat of dodging the starship's attack, and most importantly, the starship under the control of Lionel's skill, was absolutely ridiculous. This person must be Amory's grandfather, Overlord Max Suyard. Lionel had learned quite a bit about this man in recent days, or at the very least, he had learned everything that Amory knew about him, as much as a grandchild could know about his grandparent. That could either be quite a bit or nothing at all, depending on the temperament of the grandparent in question. And judging by the reaction of this old man, Lionel had a feeling that it was by far the latter. "Don't be like that. I used to know your grandfather, you know. We could be considered good friends. Why don't you step out and we can have a chat?" Lionel didn't say anything, continuing to look at the old man. The more he did, the more he felt that the words "old man" didn't really fit Max. He was too vibrant, too full of vitality. He seemed to have as much life ahead of him as a newborn. Comparing him to the older generation felt wrong. Max sighed when Lionel had no intention of taking him up on his offer. There were quite a number of things that he couldn't talk about so openly, and this brat insisted on making things hard on him. What an annoyance indeed. Overlord Suyard took another step and he vanished. This time, Lionel saw it clearly. This man wasn't a spatial force expert at all. Rather, his attainments in the sword were so high that he might as well have been. Lionel was certain with a single glance that that sword force was, at a minimum, at the impetus state. He wasn't crossing space. His sword quite literally sliced reality apart, shattering any concepts of distance until his destination was just a single step away from him. To call this man an overlord felt like an insult to him. He had already met the requirement to enter the ninth dimension, and the only reason he hadn't was likely because of the restrictions of this world. By the time Lionel's mind had finished processing all of this, Max had appeared within the starship, sitting across from Lionel as though he had always been there. His expression was quite casual, until he seemed to realize that Lionel's was just as casual. But after a momentary gaffe, he calmed down again. "Has anyone ever told you that you're very annoying?" "I'm glad that you're not my grandson. I'd have to spank your bottom red every day just to vent a bit." "N-O-V-E-L-B-I," and Lionel's gaze narrowed. "Don't you have any refreshments here? Really? I'm sure your grandfather taught you better than this. You're just ignoring his teachings." Max shook his head. "Forget it. This is a waste of time. They'll keep things to the point. How much about this situation do you understand?" Lionel didn't know how to respond to this question. He knew what Max was referring to, but how much of his assumption was correct, he didn't know. Also, this didn't seem like the kind of question this man should be asking him. He should have been on their side. No? Was he wrong about that? Everything the Suyard family did seemed to side with them, most pointedly of which was marrying Amory off to the spiritual's religion as though he was some damsel. Suddenly, Lionel's pupils constricted. What was he thinking? What a stupid mistake. He had already learned that these incomplete worlds were set up by the humans of a complete world in order to survive some sort of calamity. But he hadn't thought about something very important. If this place was created for humans, then what did that mean for the other races in these incomplete worlds? What would happen to them? Would they be seamlessly integrated? That sounded very unlikely. It was more likely that they would be pulled into slavery and forced into subordination, used for the purposes of the humans of the complete world. And then, well, if the humans had as poor of a position in greater existence as L. Ryan and Sean Ray had made it seem, then they would likely get rid of these pawns as quickly as possible, so as not to attract the ire of species and races far more powerful than them. The spirituals of this incomplete world were already so powerful. What about the spirituals in greater existence? What about the Raypaks? Or the beasts? Or the nomads? And how would they react to knowing their race of people was forced into submission by the humans? Lionel only now realized just how much of a gamble this was. It wasn't just them gambling their future existence within these incomplete worlds, but if they dared to use the other races, even if they survived the first calamity, they might invite upon themselves countless more. He was so used to humans being in the weaker position that he had almost neglected the fact that in this small corner of existence, they were the ones in control, and as a result, the races that usually pinned them beneath their heels were in a precarious situation as well. Him assuming that the Seward family was just like Shield Cross Stars or the Void Palace or the Three Finger Cult, all because they had sided with the spiritual's religion, was foolish. He had simply taken their being an enemy to be natural, as they had always been the rival of the Morales, but he was only making false assumptions. He also wondered just how much of these deductions could be translated to the hidden branch of the Morales as well. I see. Lionel spoke his first words. Okay, hand over your world spirit, and give me information about your cooperation with the spirituals, and I will handle the rest. Max Seward didn't even know what to say. Rage would imply some irrationality, some emotional instability, some lack of forethought or awareness toward the reality of the situation he was in. But the fact that Lionel showed nothing and didn't show any signs of attacking him either meant that he was of his right mind. And that only made it worse. All those years ago, your grandfather fell in love with the wrong woman. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that you have the Morales family lineage factor, I wouldn't even be able to say with any more than 10% assurance that you're your grandfather's grandson. In fact, even though you have the lineage factor, I still can't say it with any more than 50% assurance. I have no idea what that woman is capable of. He was arrogant, believing himself to be infallible, believing that it was only natural that such a woman would fall for him. And maybe had this woman been from this small world, it would have made sense. He was truly excellent for a person born to such disadvantages. I warned him many times, but he didn't listen. I had never known him to be a man infatuated by beauty, but you never know what a man is capable of when he falls in love. In the end, what was likely a childish game to her became a life and death situation for him. He offended those he shouldn't have, and turned far more attention to this world than he would have otherwise. Due to your grandfather's love for that woman, the last bastion of the Fox family was exposed, the cult entered this world, and Shield Cross Stars was infiltrated by another party. Right now, they've probably already taken control. In the end, he still didn't even blame her. He blamed himself, finally saying that he had overestimated himself, all for that worthless woman. Max seemed to become more and more enraged as he spoke, but in contrast, his voice became more subdued. It was instead the sword force in the air that crossed and echoed like sharpening blades. A woman can help a man to do great things. A woman can also destroy a man, and sometimes that can happen whether she's a good woman or not. Max looked at Lionel. The latter could feel the blood vessels in his whites popping one after another, causing a stream of blood to stream down his cheeks, but he still didn't look away. I don't know how many female powerhouses lie with random men and have children with them. I can't say whether she was one such person, if I've misunderstood her, or whether she's a spawn of Satan. What I can say is that there's a cycle you have the chance to stop so long as you will it, and I would advise that you take that chance. Silence fell. It was a long one, one that lasted upwards of 10 minutes as the two met each other's gazes, one indifferent and the other bleeding tears of blood. "All right, return my grandson to me," Max suddenly said. Lionel just waved a hand, and Amory appeared, looking just the same. "Useless brat," Max scolded, slapping Amory with a palm to the forehead despite the distance between them. Amory, though, didn't react to this. Even after his grandfather stood and pulled him up by the scruff of his collar, he still didn't react. "If you can win, they'll consider supporting you. But I don't invest in losers," Max said as he turned and left with Amory in tow. "I would advise you to be careful, though. They've sent one more powerful than me." Chapter 2292, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 31 seconds a.m. Chapter 2292. A warning: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2292. A warning: Lionel didn't say anything even after Max had left, but his senses relaxed somewhat and his hold on his brothers loosened. The reason he had insisted on not closing his eyes when he faced Max's stare was because he didn't want to be distracted for even a moment. Against such a person, even a split moment of distraction would mean death, and if Lionel died, there would be no one to bring him back to life. He didn't miss any part of what Max had said, but that was less because he was listening for his advice, and more so because he was searching for clues about other matters. His grandfather's lover was one person that he needed to know more about. Usually, this would be a person he directly ignored, but she had crossed his bottom line. Since she wanted to stand opposing him, then she would have to die. Lionel didn't move immediately, though, even after the meeting had concluded. He had planned to spend quite some time on the Seward family, and he didn't quite know what it meant to let them go like this. Until now, he had simply taken the world's spirit and left. In his opinion, that was all that was necessary for the weaker families, at least relative to the other powerhouses of the seventh dimension. However, the Seward family was different. They were a true powerhouse, and the blow they could deal Lionel if he was caught off guard was heavy, especially if Max took action. It was more difficult than not to leave them be like this. His finger had even twitched somewhat as he felt that killing Max here would be easier on him. He wouldn't have this constant lingering insecurity in the back of his mind. Letting him leave essentially barred some of the path he would have taken otherwise, but then again it opened up others. By now, everyone assumed that he would be attacking the Seward family. This was a move that would definitely surprise them, as the Morales and Seward have been battling one another for so many years that they should know just how evenly matched they were. They were widely known as the two most powerful families in terms of pure combat, so starting with them might not seem to be the smartest thing to do. But now that they had, everyone would be expecting a battle that would rage on for days at the very least. Catching the off guard now would be even easier. However, the matter of who to catch off guard surprisingly stumped Lionel. Should he attack the spirituals' religion? But they were allies with the Sewards, and now he was in a tentative relationship with the latter. Did it still make sense to attack them? But then again, while he might have some reason to think that the spirituals would stay on the sideline, what about the religion? Could Max sway them to not? If he didn't attack the spirituals' religion, then who should he attack? Shield Cross Stars? The Void Palace? It was difficult to choose. Lionel seemed aimless right now, but that was precisely because this situation was so baffling to him. Originally, he planned to cut the Sewards down in about a week or so. Although he had cut right to their capital, he expected a very difficult battle, and he also prepared contingencies for being attacked from the back. He knew that it would only be a matter of time before the rest of the Seward family's forces caught up and joined the battle. In that time, he planned for his scouts to pay attention to the situation in the rest of the human domain and had at least 3 different maneuvers prepared for various situations. But now, Noviel in Lionel shook his head. He almost had half a mind to believe that Max had given up his world spirit on purpose just to catch Lionel off guard, because he had never thought that gaining an ally would confuse him like this. This isn't a normal sort of confusion, Lionel thought pensively. He had felt something like this before. Or rather, it was similar, but not exact. When he had first thought of the demoness, he could sense her gaze on him, and now he was feeling something similar. Someone could sense him thinking and was obstructing his vision. Despite this thought clearing things up for him, it made things even foggier. Lionel's gaze narrowed further. Then he remembered what Max had said. Someone even more powerful than him? Was this person powerful enough to know that Max had mentioned them? Because if they were, then the fact that Max had said anything at all could have alerted this person to what was happening here. And in the case they were alerted, that meant that any intentions he had of using a surprise attack had already failed. Lionel's confusion lifted and his gaze glowed. The Dream Pavilion. It seemed that whoever they had sent had the capability to use Dream Force on a far higher level than his own, and it was likely that any schemes or plans he had prepared would all be useless. But that also confirmed something else. Max was helping him. He didn't believe that someone as powerful as Max would mention this person without reason, and it couldn't possibly be such a foolish mistake on his part. He had mentioned it hoping that Lionel would pick up on the problem. Max was letting Lionel know that if he continued like this, he would fail, and he would fail miserably at that. The way that he had learned to wage war until now was playing around in a kiddie pool, while the adults had been surging on raging tsunami-like waves for generations already. I see. This level of Dream Force is still out of my reach. Lionel tapped a finger on his armrest, his gaze growing sharper and sharper. He needed a method to protect his mind. Unless he could succeed in finding such a method, the only path forward would be brute strength. And right now, he didn't have nearly enough strength to succeed with that method, not outside the bounds of Morales territory. Chapter 2293, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 2293. Dream Force and Star Force. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2293. Dream Force and Star Force. Lionel took a breath and closed his eyes, taking deep and slow breaths. He had spent all of this time completely focused on vital Star Force and hadn't spared time for his other force, but now it felt very necessary to do so. The trouble was that he didn't have a cheat this time like he had with his vital Star Force. Lionel was certain that the one who was obscuring his path forward was far weaker than that so-called grandmother of his. For one, his person was in this incomplete world with him, while the demoness most definitely was not. In addition, the demoness only allowed him to sense her out of sheer amusement. That was something else Lionel was certain about. If she didn't want him to know of her gaze, he wouldn't be able to sense a single thing. This was to say that while the manipulation of this person that was opposing him now felt far more subtle, and he wouldn't have noticed if not for Max's hint, it wasn't impossibly beyond him. He was just ignorant. The most important thing he learned was that Dream Force could be used in this way. He fell into the trap of always thinking about Dream Force as an internal thing, and the fact that his ability index was designed the way it was made it even more difficult to break free of this thought. But it could be said that Dream Force was the most abundant force there was, or at the very least, it was among the top few, sharing the spot along with Neutral Force and Star Force. Where there was life, there was Dream Force. It underlied the very fabric of reality, and it was probably the very foundation of the second dimension. The same way, Star Force is the foundation of the third and higher dimensions. When Lionel first learned about Star Force, he didn't understand what it was. What did it mean for there to be Star Force? Light Force was straightforward enough. It was light. So was Dark Force. So was Earth Force or any other elemental force. Most forces made perfect sense to him, except for this one. Stars emitted light. So why wasn't it a kind of light force? Or what about the heat they emitted? Why wasn't it a kind of fire force? Why was there a need for a distinct and separate category? And why was it that all of the most powerful forces seemed to have a foundation of Star Force within them? It was only after meeting L. Ryan that it clicked for Lionel, and it was due to a single like the Pluto youth had spoken. And I said, LB/I-. Incomplete worlds have just a single star, a single land, Only incomplete worlds are so scattered. It all made sense, and it was even more obvious by the fact the representation of existence itself was none other than a star, the Northern Star. Fire Force wasn't the representation of the spark of life like Lionel had thought. No, that was a Star Force. It was something even more fundamental than Fire Force, even more fundamental than Light Force as well. It was why there was no Star Force like there was Fire Force or Light Force. It was always accompanied by something else. And this wasn't because it was weak, but rather because it was the strongest. It was the very foundation of all that was. After the Big Bang, there was an endless soup of energy, and it was only when these soup of hot energy organized into stars that the planets that formed afterward could begin to teem with life. More accurately, without Star Force, there was no Life Force, and without Dream Force that came before it, there was no potential for Star Force to spark life in the first place. If Dream Force was even more fundamental than Star Force, which represented all things, then why was he treating it so separately? Why was he treating it like his mind was separate from everything else? His mind was just one kernel in a sea of kernels, and his Dream Force wasn't as separate as he thought it to be. Not being able to expel Dream Force out of his body didn't equate to it being separate. Rather, it just meant that his Dream Force didn't need to exhibit such skills to display its understanding of the wider world. If he took an extremist view, his Dream Force was just a borrowed strength from this world. Dream Force was never separate, not at his level. Much like Star Force, it was always attached to others, always infused into a fabric that existed within the second dimension, the fabric of everything, the life state. His Dream Force rippled out, and he stepped past the fourth layer and entered the impetus state. His thoughts seemed to enter a completely separate plane, and within it he could sense countless swimming minds that seemed to immediately sense him and then attack. Lionel felt a shuddering pain, and his nose began to bleed. He pulled his mind back as quickly as he could, but still fell to a knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Looking inwardly, he saw a hairline fracture run through his ethereal glabella that left his gaze burning. That plane, he didn't know what it was, not exactly, but he felt that it was all too similar to the shadow world of shadow sovereigns. He didn't think himself to be a shadow sovereign, or rather, a dream sovereign. But then again, wasn't this situation very similar? Little Black Star wasn't exactly a shadow sovereign, but rather received it as an ability index. Madrid, however, was a true shadow sovereign, as her ability index and her shadow sovereign abilities were separate. Lionel was more like Little Black Star, having an ability index that could tap into the abilities of a dream sovereign, but he seemed to have suffered for it. His burning gaze became surprisingly cold, and the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. He took a breath, and a large amount of Dream Force from the surroundings flooded into him. And then his Scarlet Star 4 stars began to rotate with a pulsing vibrancy, and as his ethereal glabella was coated with destruction runes. He wasn't a dream sovereign, but he was a destruction sovereign. He wanted them to dare to destroy his soul again. He would crush them. Without hesitation, Lionel entered the dream world again. Author's note: just 2 chapters today, everyone, and no chapters tomorrow, unfortunately. Chapter 2294, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 2294. Shortcut: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2294 shortcut. This time, when Lionel re-entered the odd plane, he came in like a blazing inferno. He could easily remember the energy signatures of all those that had attacked him previously. It might as well have been like looking at a face for him. But he realized almost instantly that those people were no longer around him. He realized what the issue was soon. The movement in this odd plane was incredibly fast, but it was also a great deal restrained. The further he traveled, the greater burden he felt on his Dream Force reserves, as though his soul itself was being stretched thin. The more soul he had, the further it would be able to go from his current location. But if he moved too recklessly, he could find himself having killed himself before any of these people could get around to him. However, what Lionel learned immediately after that was that it didn't seem to matter who was around him at all, or more accurately, he hadn't landed in the midst of a particularly sinister bunch. It instead seemed that everyone in this plane was a complete jerk. He had only appeared for a few fractions of a second before he took everything in, and yet the new group of individuals around him had attacked without hesitation again. It was as though they all had a keen sense for fresh meat, and they wanted at Lionel immediately. But this time, they paid the price for it. The destruction runes lit up, and a raging, violent aura shredded everything in its path. Sovereign, it felt like someone had roared this into his ears, and yet it felt instead like it had echoed out from his very skull. It was an odd and disorienting feeling, the kind that almost made him think that this was some sort of soul attack instead of what it actually was. But more importantly than that, he was shocked. Someone had pinged him as a sovereign immediately, but they didn't really say what kind. That was interesting enough that Lionel felt that he could make some extrapolations from it. In fact, Lionel believed that it might be the case that the only method of using a force outside of Dream Force in this plane was to be a sovereign. If that's the case, Lionel tried to think in a more solidified way instead of the quick pictures and images he usually thought in. But the instant he did, his voice came out like a roar, even louder than the various souls around him. His reaction was quick, and he stopped immediately, but the damage of doing so was even more devastating than his destruction runes had been. His voice blasted the surrounding souls away, and their dream force dimmed considerably. Some of them even became motes of light, floating into him. Lionel was stunned. He hadn't experienced this feeling since the last time he had killed an invalid, so it had been quite a long time. The more he integrated into the wider dimensional verse, the less invalids there seemed to be, but this made sense. The powerful families that had managed to survive would have long since gotten rid of the invalids that threatened them. As for variant invalids, well, the last time he had come across one was in the Raypack's nest, so this should be part of the cult, but since then there had been nothing at all. But why was this feeling so similar? He could even feel that his dream force had gotten not a small boost either. It seemed that whoever he had absorbed was quite decent. But what was even more shocking than that? Their memories? Lionel was rendered speechless once again as his voice roared out again. Just what kind of place was this? He could kill souls to increase his strength, and he gained their memories on top of that. The shadow world of the Shadow Sovereigns worked similarly, but it didn't directly increase their strength. From his understanding, as they defeated other Shadow Sovereigns, their shadow world became larger and their ability index became stronger as well, but it wasn't a direct addition to their strength, at least not like this. Is there a destruction plane like this dream plane? Or was this a unique thing? If this was something all sovereigns had, then Aina would have found her own long ago, but she hadn't. Lionel felt like he was sitting on the edge of something big, but he couldn't quite understand it. He chose to immediately go through and organize the memories he had gotten. He had just killed what should be 7 people, and they were a jumbled mess of collected thoughts and feelings. He created a new dream ability on the spot and called it Dream Filter. He organized their memories into dreamscapes first, and then used Dream Filter to pour out everything that was useless. He wouldn't waste his time on the thoughts and emotions of these people. What he needed was information, very specific information about what plane he had just tapped into. Dream plane. Lionel got his information with a great deal of swiftness, and the more he assimilated, the higher his brows arched. He had long since left the plane and was still sitting within his starship. The dream plane was a world that anyone who had entered the impetus state could access. It was a fold of reality and represented the second dimension, and within it, at least in certain locations, it was practically a free for all. NOV, LB, 1 in Lionel, was only in a corner taken over by incomplete worlds. It was known as the incomplete wilds, and often experts of lesser worlds gathered there for quick power-ups, because it was their only option. If they stepped into the lands of the complete worlds, they would be shredded to pieces. This wasn't because they were far weaker. It could be said that anyone who had entered the impetus state was a powerhouse. The problem was the suppression and the rules, though there was one more thing. Absorbing the strength of others, looking for quick shortcuts, had crippled many of them. Chapter 2295, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 2295. Obscure if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 2295 Obscure crippled. It was something he probably wouldn't have thought of if not for these memories, but he was happy that he had. His dream force was the best ability he had. If he lost it, his combat effectiveness would take a huge plummet downward. In reality, though, it wasn't that his dream force would become weaker. It would grow stronger to a point. But after that point was reached, instead of growing stronger, it would instead grow faster. He would gain access to a larger pool of dream force, but the amount he could use in a single sitting and the amount that could output in a single moment would remain the same. It would be like restricting the funnel of his body, but this funnel would be toward the outside world. He wouldn't grow any smarter or sharper, and his ability index wouldn't increase either. To make a complicated matter simple, he would be stuck in the lower impetus state for the rest of his life. Interestingly enough, there wasn't a known reason for why this was, or more accurately, the memories of those he had absorbed had no real idea. It was hard to tell if this was because they were too ill-informed or if it was the case that everyone was in the dark. That said, there were a few theories, the best of which stood out to Lionel because it sounded like something L. Ryan had warned him about. But interestingly enough, what L. Ryan had said back then was related to innate nodes and not this matter. But Lionel's dreamscapes sparked with lightning and linked them. Taking on the strength of so many people would weigh down his ability to progress into the future, would hinder you far more than it would help you. You might benefit in the short term, but going into the future, you would find yourself weighed down by chains you didn't even know you were carrying. Even though he had learned of this, Lionel felt fascinated by the plane. The idea of being able to steal the memory of others and assimilate all of their thoughts was more intriguing than he ever thought it could be. Just a single soul absorption had been enough to heal the crack on his ethereal labella, and the remaining few had made him feel like he was already on the verge of breaking through again. It was an intoxicating feeling, and he realized why those of the incomplete worlds took this path. They couldn't progress anymore due to the cap of their worlds anyway, so why not search for other methods of strengthening themselves? Why should they resign themselves to being weak? Lionel frowned. It had a strong pull for himself as well, but he likewise didn't want to cripple his future. He was willing to do it for Aina, but quite frankly, when it came to his dream force, he was supremely confident in himself. Just a small clue from Max had allowed him the ability to enter the impetus state. If he had had this much affinity with Vital Star Force, he would have already taken that final step. Unfortunately, he didn't. He shook his head and focused. First, he would go through the rest of the memories to see if there was anything useful. Once he was done, he could begin investigating just how that hidden expert was confusing him. He finished the first quickly, and he learned a great many things. One of the 7 he had killed came from an incomplete world that Lionel believed was better than 70% likely to be among the several dozen under the control of the vast bubble. In addition, this person was actually aware of their state as well. This wasn't surprising to Lionel. After the Spear Domain trial, he realized that the other incomplete worlds that had become part of this simulation had unearthed their plight as well and were preparing for the other shoe to drop. That made Lionel wonder if the domain rings were dropped into this world for that specific purpose. Was it the design of the Dream Pavilion? Or maybe it was the intention of the Fox family? He wasn't sure. Either way, this man came from a family that had an Axe domain ring, and he had an illusion-type ability index. Lionel was less interested in the domain rings these days, as he felt that forming a weapon sovereignty on your own was much better. The rings were just glorified storage rings that only housed one type of weapon in his eyes. Even the spears weren't as attractive. Of course, there was one more thing the rings were good for, and that was their lineage factors. If he came across an Axe domain ring, he would be certain to try and get it for Aina. The Raider family. He took mental note of this. This was only a side project for Lionel, though. When it came to these memories, what he focused most on was the unique insights these men had toward the dream plane and their use of dream force. It turned out that these 7 only really used the dream plane to hunt. It was too risky to go after veterans, so they waited around for newbies like Lionel before taking action. Using the more complex functions of the dream plane took more effort and could be more dangerous depending on the situation. The dream plane was something that linked all beings across the cosmos, whether they were aware of it or not. Much like how everyone had a shadow, but not everyone could access the shadow world. In incomplete worlds, the dream plane would have various weaknesses. Usually, one could only enter the dream plane after forming a life state dream force, or by being a dream sovereign. However, in an incomplete world, you could do it from the impetus state, and it also gave you great control and pull in your world. You could use it to spy on the thoughts of others and read their intentions ahead of time, reading their thoughts and memories while they were unaware. Or, you could obscure their vision and make their thoughts muddled and confused. No VE, LBN. Chapter 2296. Published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 28 seconds AM, Chapter 2296. Ignorant, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2296. Ignorant Lionel's dream force affinity was far too high. Even if one hadn't gained access to the dream plane yet, having high affinity would allow you to sense its pull even while unawares. Due to this, whoever was trying to mess with him had to be extremely subtle and couldn't just dig through his thoughts and memories as they pleased. Of course, you could avoid this sort of probing in other ways as well. One way was through the use of mind protecting treasures, something that was far more common in complete worlds. In addition, you could avoid this by just being extremely powerful yourself and having a force within the life state. Having a life state force made you more sensitive to the matters occurring in the second dimension, and you could fight against them. That way, even without protective treasures, you could be immune to the probes of a dream force master. Of course, only those with crafters of a certain caliber could hope to have such protective treasures. The likes of the Void Bubble had to buy such treasures from other bubbles, and since they had been cut off from the wider world for so long, they had very few remaining, and they were concentrated in the hands of the most elite. That said, since Lionel wasn't in the life state yet, and was only in the lower impetus state, he was very far away from being able to affect the dream plane of a complete world, even if it was a weak one. Even so, this sort of understanding blew everything he had come to know out of the water. What was more important than that was that his own mind wasn't the only thing he had to worry about. There was also the minds of everyone else. Luckily, Lionel hated explaining himself and usually kept his plans to himself aside from a few irrelevant tidbits. This weakened the possibility of others probing those around him for information considerably. A thought flashed in the back of Lionel's mind. Was this the influence of his future self again? Had he been aware of the pitfalls and grown to keep his thoughts within the only mind he could protect? Lionel shook his head. He wasn't going to think about that person. You didn't need to give me that clue. I would have figured it out on my own. But this was indeed faster. Due to the demoness, Lionel was already familiar with this kind of probing. The moment he sensed the confusion in his mind, the odd, contradictory sort of confusion, the kind he'd never experienced before, he would have realized that he was missing something. Whoever was trying to mess with him had underestimated the level of confidence he had in himself. The question now was, how would he counter? He understood how to after reading the memories of 7 experts. Each one of them had their own unique theories on how to manipulate Dreamforce, and in an objective kind of way, each one was the pioneer of their own unique fields. Being raised in an incomplete world and making it to the impetus state on their own made each one of the geniuses. Had they been born in complete worlds, they would have been high-class experts without a doubt, and that sort of unique insight was invaluable. If not for the dangers of absorbing too much, he would have wanted to take more advantage of this. There were clearly some unique paths in incomplete worlds that complete worlds hadn't thought of yet. There wasn't a gap in intelligence between the worlds, but rather a gap in time and resources. There might very well be some unique magic system or style or force manipulation method that existed in an incomplete world that existence couldn't even fathom. Lionel sat in silence for a long while, tapping his finger on his armrest. I don't know who you are, but you just made this war 100 times easier for me. I'll thank you with a swift loss. Lionel's mind reached out into the second dimension, taking advantage of the weakness of his incomplete world. Then, he began to send messages to each one of his people. They wanted to find a chink in his armor, right? Well, find a way. After he was done, he stood, countless galaxies away. A middle-aged woman with flowing blue hair snapped awake from her meditation. Anyone of the Shield Cross Stars organization would recognize her as Cross Elder Vega. Her blue eyes glowed radiantly for a moment before she calmed down. She closed her eyes once more, then double-checked, and then triple-checked. This method of dream force manipulation is so crude. Whoever, this has only recently came into contact with a dream plane, and their strength is weak. An early impetus state expert, using an array of commands to try and confuse my sight? Vega slowly shook her head. It was meaningless. In this world, there was no existence with dream force manipulation better than her own. She had felt Max warn Lionel the moment he mentioned her in passing. This wasn't because she was as sharp as the Demoness, but rather because there were certain minds she always paid attention to, and the overlords of this world were all on that list. That list, though, had an odd entry that stood out as the only seventh-dimensional existence on it, and that was Lionel Morales, and it seemed it had done her good. That boy used a single offhand and subtle clue to grasp the secret of the dream plane, and now he was actually trying to use it against her. This sort of seedling was exactly the kind the Dream Pavilion would fawn over. Not even 30 years old, and yet had entered the impetus state and touched upon the dream plane. There were only two on par with him in the entire younger generation of the vast bubble. Velby won, and unfortunately, he had made the wrong choice. Vega waved a hand, and several protective talismans appeared. Lionel had learned from the memories of the Seven that protective treasures existed. What he hadn't learned was that there were other methods of protection, and one of them was a direct shroud by another expert who could enter the dream plane. Toying with an ignorant boy was child's play. Chapter 2297, published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:56 and 26 seconds a.m., Chapter 2297. Extremely. So if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2297. Extremely. So the human domain's forces began to move around like pieces on a chessboard. A complex and intertwined network, layered in the push and pull of politics, relationships, and benefits bent and twisted, all of them converging toward the spiritual's religion. Lionel sat silently in the cockpit of one of his many star ships, his gaze somewhat lazy and his focus trained on the endless sea of stars before him. His fleet continued to move with great speed, reading and reacting to his organs as they slithered by one outpost after another. He didn't seem to feel the sense of looming danger that he should have, his expression as cool as a frigid lake. Soon, he had made it into the airspace of the spiritual's religion, and the location could only be said to be bright and beautiful. The planets ahead all had gorgeous planetary rings that looked like angelic halos, as though the asteroids had been dusted with gold eons ago when they had taken shape. However, there was a keen sense of danger hidden within that beauty, countless force arts hidden within. The spiritual's religion was ready, and their force arts were the strongest that Lionel had ever seen within the human domain. Even the strongholds of the Morales didn't have such grand force arts or protective arrays. The Morales might be crafters, but that didn't translate to all skills. There was quite some difference between crafting treasure, concocting force pills, and drawing large-scale protective force arts. The Morales shared the title of best for the first with the Omen family. The Omen family was practically a lone wolf when it came to the second, as far as he was aware, and as for the very last, he hadn't known of anyone who was truly a master of this craft. Until now. Lionel didn't place the large-scale force arts of the starships in the same category, honestly. Although many of them were truly large, they relied on crafting as a foundation, and it was the strength of the treasure, not the force art itself, that gave it its strength. That was different from a force art that could be used to protect a planet or even a chain of planets like this one. Unless, of course, one wanted to replace their planet with a forged treasure. There were many reasons this wasn't done, though, the leading of which being the fact that starships required too much power to use even on occasion, let alone as a permanent living arrangement. It was much smarter to rely on the resources of the wider world to provide you with what you needed. And it was precisely because of that the Morales didn't have such high attainments in this sort of art. Crafting treasures required taking control of the elements and bending them to your will. This was even more so for the life grade, where you were practically giving birth to an item with its own sense of existence, at least in a more philosophical and tangential way. However, these large-scale force arts required working with the elements, not bending their will, but rather understanding them, and then working together to mold them along a particular path. This was the feeling that Ryu got when he saw natural force arts, and it was why just meditating upon them allowed one to feel and experience auspicious air. This was the beauty of listening to the insights of nature, and who could be better at that than the spirituals? Interesting, Lionel thought to himself. One of the 7 minds that he had absorbed had some insights into this matter. He might have thought of it himself after seeing this scene, but knowing it ahead of time made him feel enlightened, as though he had truly come to understand it himself. There was no ability that could make one better at understanding the insights of nature than being able to enter the dream plane. His real sight could see the majesty of the formations before him. He could feel their power. He still had the partial and incomplete bout domain lineage factor, and even from so far away, he could lay eyes on it himself as though he was right in its midst. His dream sight, or what he had chosen to call it, could see the complex swirls of runes that swam among them. Usually these runes were in a jumbled mess, exposing the more erratic nature of the world and existence. But under the care and attention of the spirituals, they had to line up perfect, fitting into one another like the pieces of a puzzle or countless tiny dots spaced and shaded so perfectly that when one zoomed out, only a masterpiece remained. It was truly gorgeous in a way that Lionel had never seen before, and the feeling of being able to see the world in this way made him smile involuntarily, his cool expression giving way to a gentleness. He wished he had been able to see the world like this long ago. OVL1 in Go Back From Whence You Came. The voice was gentle, but firm, and it carried a power that made Lionel's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but wonder just how many hidden powerhouses of this level there were in the human domain. First there was that man in the pious family, then there was Max of the Seward family, and now there was this older woman who still managed to exhibit the air of a supreme beauty. Even though she was getting on in years, Lionel wouldn't be surprised if there were several young men who would be willing to fall at her skirt, even to this day. Her hair was a dazzling arrow of pink and lavender, her eyes matching the hues. Her skin carried slight wrinkles here and there, but they were often interrupted by patches of beautiful, smooth flesh that was no less elastic than a 20-year-old's. Her figure was hidden beneath a modest robe, but her exposed hands carried not the slightest hint of age, and it made one feel that whatever was underneath was just as well maintained. But more important than all of that, she was powerful. Extremely so. Chapter 2298. Published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:55 and 40 seconds a.m. Chapter 2298. Devastating if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2298. Devastating. Lionel didn't respond. Or rather, he didn't respond with his words. 3 laser beams shot out at once, their speed so great that the echo of the older woman's voice hadn't even faded before they appeared around her, pincering her in from all directions. The half-spiritual overlord was taken off guard. She had been ready for the strikes, and she had been perfectly ready to dodge using a method not too dissimilar from Max's efforts earlier. But seeing them coming and barely registering their speed at that, she realized that all of her efforts at dodging would be in vain. All of the angles she could use were cut off, or more accurately, the ones that she could use with great enough speed were. Her gaze turned serious, and a pendant on her chest danced as though a rush of wind had just passed by. The rising winds of force echoed across the chain of ringed planets as the force art lit up, an overwhelming strength descending and forming a shield around the woman. Bang! 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 The shield of force shuddered for only a brief moment. It showed no hints of cracking, and it was sturdy to the point that even if Lionel concentrated the beams any more than he already had, it wouldn't make much of a difference at all. The spiritual's religion had managed to gather strength beyond that of the Tier 2 modified starships, and even the strongest Tier 1 starships in their home. In the whole of the human domain, they might truly have the most impenetrable walls. The half-spiritual overlord took a step forward, and her hands caused the arrays around her to light up. The runes that were once invisible to the naked eye, only displayed before Lionel when he used the vision of the dream plane, solidified and became corporeal. She looked gorgeous as she stepped forward, the laws of the world rotating around her like a second flowing dress. This time, she struck out with a palm, and the energies of the world seemed to resonate, forming a half-dozen palms that descended from the skies above. Boom! 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 Lionel could only watch as the starships were crushed to pieces, killing the several million on board. He had modified the starships personally. Their defenses and their attack strength was only marginally weaker than a full-fledged Tier 1 starship. But they had been crushed like tissue paper, leaving no chance for those on board. His expression became cold. He managed to follow the pathways of the descending palms and move his starship out of the way, but he was only fast enough to calculate one trajectory and dodging path. While it was the case that entering the dream plane was a great boon to his senses, it also occupied much more of his mind's, and the effort in making use of his advantage in thinking speed was also strained. He needed to form a better balance, one between the quantity of thought and another for quality. At the same time, he also came to understand that the strongest beings of existence probably didn't just endlessly increase their number of split minds. They would gain access to the dream plane as well, and they would likely begin to tend toward quality as well. He still remembered that lesson Y-Star Order had taught him when they first met. Y-Star Order only had one mind, but Lionel already had thousands back then. He thought that he could hide his thoughts from Y-Star Order by jumbling up his minds and hiding his intentions in only one. But Y-Star Order had blown him out of the water. His one mind back then was worth far more than thousands of Lionel's because the quality of his one was impossibly far beyond Lionel's at the time. He couldn't help but wonder if Y-Star Order had touched upon the dream plane as well. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. This was the greatest loss he had suffered since his campaign had begun, and he couldn't take it lying down. He gave over 90% of his minds over to the dream plane, reading and analyzing everything happening in his surroundings. There was no longer a need to deploy his dream world because it was completely and wholly inferior to what access to the dream plane gave him. He needed to grasp the strengths and weaknesses of the force art ahead, target the latter, and avoid the former. Then, he needed to find an opportunity to shatter it. The segmented cube was quickly deployed, and its various jigsaw puzzles fanned out and enveloped the starship. Then, the starship began to rapidly shrink, from a few kilometers in diameter to no more than a few meters. This was a trump card he hadn't used just yet. The segmented cube wasn't a fortress, and it couldn't be used to attack either. But that didn't mean that he couldn't use Anastasia to integrate into his other creations, fusing the benefits of both into one. Novi/Albion, one of Anastasia's fundamental abilities, and one that he often neglected because of how much of an open secret it was the ability to take large items and put them into a very small space. So why not use that for a starship? Suddenly, the speed of the starship blazed, and it became even faster. Lionel took manual control and whizzed by the attacks of the Overlord, inching closer until he suddenly vanished, appearing to her back. A second one of Anastasia's fundamental abilities was control over time. Whether it was the suspended reality of the snow globes, the dilated inner world of the incubators, or even her ability to peer through the stream of time and even pluck out lives to resurrect, all of them relied on time force and spatial force. Together, they were devastating. Lionel shot through a weak point of the force art like a speeding light beam of his own. It was so fast that the Overlord couldn't even react, the long-standing force art of the spiritual religion crumbling right before their eyes. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.